Hi, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Guys, thank you. Oh, my hair's all wild. Thank you for being here, guys. Wonderful, beautiful people. Thank you guys for being here. So, I still haven't had my coffee, so I'm waiting on my coffee. Keep that in mind. Probably step out for a little bit to just make sure I got my coffee and everything, but it's still not being done. There's a couple things before we get started I want to tell you guys. First of all, we were able to get the transcripts for the full week. Okay, so for this week we were able to get them, which is amazing. So I have opening statements the second day and the third day, which was yesterday. I have all of that. All right, now I started doing a Oh, okay, I think my coffee's here. Give me one sec, guys. Okay, sorry about that. I'm getting my coffee made right now as we speak. Okay, so thank you guys for being here. So we were able to get the transcripts. We'll have the transcripts for today. We'll have the transcripts for Friday, which is amazing. I think it's great. Let me just say this, okay? I just got done last night. I did some recording because I'm like, let me get ahead of it. And I did opening statements on a separate video pre recorded. And let me just tell you guys this, okay? The opening statements for the defense, you know how we were reading like other sources and stuff like that, which shout out to them because it's hard to get all the information. But let me just say this, the defense's statement was probably longer than the prosecution's. And I find it interesting how they interpret the elevator footage, the intercontinental footage. So keep in mind that there's more to this, my friends, that meets the eye. Okay. So we're going to hopefully release the opening statements tonight so we can get at the head of the game. And then I'll do a video on, the hotel security guy and kind of like that. We're going to do it this way. So, and when I'm doing this opening statement pre-recorded video, it's literally me just reading the transcripts. I'm not giving you my opinion. You guys make your opinion. The transcripts give so much context. Thank you. You're right, Yanni. They do. So shout out to you guys. Now, another thing that I did, hold up, y'all. Where's my screen? Here it is. Another thing that I did is I did renew my subscription to the New York Times. F you, New York Times. I don't like you. I still don't like New York Times, but I did renew it because I was like, I got curious about how they were reporting the Diddy case and the Diddy trial. So we're going to talk about that. All right. So we got to get going because they're already started and we got to go, guys. Welcome. Hit the like button. Thank you guys for those that supported yesterday. Ooh, hold up. Sorry about that. Thank you guys for those that supported yesterday with the Cash App and everything. We were able to make it and get all those transcripts. And hopefully, with those transcripts, we might have them all done and like pre-recorded and uploaded for you guys to review them over the weekend. If you're late to this trial, you'll be able to catch up. I think you'll be able to catch up, which should be fine. Okay. Thank you, guys. All right, let's get it together. Let's start with Inner City Press, who has us already up and going. Okay, Inner City Press, let's go. We are starting up. Good morning, everybody, and please keep it cute in the chat. Thank you so much. Let's go. Thank you. Right, let me look at my screen here. So here we started about an hour ago. Today is May 15th, and it is U.S. versus Sean Combs. May 15th, Ventura cross-examination begins today. This is going to be a very tough day. I ask you guys to TLC, self-care. Take care of you, okay? Take care of you. Check out whatever you need to do because this is a day that a lot of us are feeling like it's going to be very rough for Cassie, okay? She is 8 months pregnant, which, by the way, this is what Agnifilo said in the transcripts. For those that this is why the transcripts are important. Side note, Ag fucking Nifolo, that is the name that we're giving Agnifilo. Ag fucking Nifolo had a thing about Cassie being pregnant and walking across the jury, be seen pregnant because of sympathy. So I had a bit of a short fuse yesterday, and I was like, Ag fucking Nifolo. Anyways, that's the name for Agnifilo. Ag fucking Nifolo. Thank you, my love. Thank you, thank you. My oldest just brought me my coffee. Thank you. Okay, in a glass. Let's get it together, guys. Let's get it together. Okay, so cross-examination begins. Mr. Agnifilo with the judge. Mr. Agnifilo, I thought you were going to take his off my plate. Hold up. Mr. Agnifilo, I thought you were going to take this off my plate. Agnifilo responds, I will keep trying. This is the main witness. She stands by herself. That said, we have been doing this all night until 3 a.m. We flagged exhibits for them. Attorney Slavic says for the government, there are 24 exhibits that the government has objections to. They're listed in the chart. The judge then asks, just the ones in the chart? Note from Inner City Press. Again, these judicial documents are not going into the public docket. Not in the case in many SDYN trials. The judge then says, bring in the jury. Jury enters. Estavo, lawyer for Diddy. Miss Ventura, you loved Mr. Combs, correct? I did. For 11 years, you took care of him. In some ways, you called him larger than life. I did. Others called him Diddy or Puff Daddy, but you called him Sean, right? Yes. You knew a version of the rest. You knew the version of him the rest of the world couldn't see, right? Objection. Government. Judge says overruled. In ways, Cassie responds. Estavio for Combs continues. You kept coming back to him for 11 years? I wouldn't say coming back. You believed he loved you too? I did believe he loved me too. So when he cheated on you, it hurt? Not every time. Bring up this defense exhibit. Government. Objection. Not in evidence. The judge interjects. That's true. This is not in evidence. Mrs. Stavio then says, Ms. Ventura, read it just to yourself. Why did you send this message? To let him know I was going to dinner. What was going on with these? What Estavio continues to ask the questions. What was going on when these messages were sent? I'm not sure, Cassie says. What was going on in your relationship then? It was early. We were loving. I offer, government, objection, being offered for the truth, overruled, judge responds. Estavio continues. Please read. Ventura then says, I wrote, I love you. Smiley face, I'll fly anywhere for you. I love you, Cass. Estavio then says, this is a 2009 email. Objection, hearsay. Judge interjects. Mrs. Stavio, ask more questions. Mrs. Stavio continues. From BlackBerry, what is BG? Baby girl. What did you write? You hungry, Pop-Pop? And Mr. Combs wrote to you, we are so in love, we don't do anything else. How long had you been seeing each other? Like 2.5 years. Please read this. 1364. Cassie reads, I haven't talked to you at all. You don't even try. You rushed me off the phone. I'm really hurt. I don't need your money. I need some attention. Estavio says, You wanted your special time with Mr. Combs? Yes, Cassie responds. You testified. You told him, I love you so much. You make me a better woman. I definitely wrote those messages. You wrote, I can't wait until we have a baby of our own. You knew that he had 6 children at the time. Yes. So now these messages about freak offs, when you say you know it doesn't matter to me, you mean weekend or weekdays. Either is fine. That is what it says. Mr. Combs says maybe we can call Jules. Can you do it? Cassie responds, yes. Okay. Are we up to date? No. Diddy's attorney continues. This was an explicit message from you about the anticipated upcoming freak off. Objection. Okay. 3 minutes in. Judge says we will take a recess. Okay. That was 2 minutes ago. Let's go ahead and go to the New York Times. Let me refresh this a little bit here. Welcome, everybody. For those that are coming through, hit the like button, please. And thank you. CNN is on top of it today. Thank you, Savvy. Or Sassy Savage. Thank you. Why did I say Savvy? Okay. Let me also pull CNN, which we have as well. 18 minutes ago. That was 41 minutes ago. Okay. 23 minutes ago. 58 minutes ago. Attorneys are still debating. Combs' family arrives at court. Okay, we're going to go up a little bit. Jury enters the room. Defense asks Ventura if she and Combs were in love during their relationship. Defense attorney Ana Estevio began her cross-examination of Cassie Ventura by asking about the couple's love during their relationship. Estevio asked, you and Sean Combs were in love for 11 years, to which Ventura responded, yeah. You loved him? I did. And you believe that he loved you as well? Yes. Ventura confirms that she knew a version of Combs, other people's didn't see. Defense attorney Anastavio asked Cassie Ventura if she remembered calling Sean Diddy Combs larger than life during her testimony. Ventura confirmed she did. But to you, he was Sean. And you knew the Sean that other people's didn't see. Ventura confirmed. Stevio asked if Ventura always knew that she was special to Combs. No, I don't think I always knew, Ventura responded. You sometimes knew. Sometimes it's fair. Ventura's voice was soft, almost a whisper, as she answered these questions. Ventura says she felt hurt more at the beginning of their relationship when Combs cheated. Cassie confirmed that she was with Sean Combs for 11 years despite his flaws because she believed he truly loved her. So, when he cheated on you, it really hurt? Stavio asked. I would say not every time. This is what Ventura responded, adding that she spent more time feeling hurt in the early stages of the relationship. Jury sees emails between Combs and Ventura. The jury saw emails between Sean and Cassie Ventura from January 2008. Ventura reads the emails aloud on the witness stand. Combs said, it makes me so happy that you would fly to ATL just to see me. I'm very lucky. I'm a very lucky man and I love you and I miss you. Can't wait to hold you. Ventura responded, I'm a very lucky woman and I miss you so much. I'd fly anywhere if you needed me. Whenever, I love you. Ventura testified that early on in their relationship around this time, she and Combs would often send each other loving messages. All right, let me see if there's an update. Not yet. Okay. Shout out to everybody. Welcome, guys. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. So we got 5 more updates. Okay. Okay. They're showing us text messages. Here are some of the text messages Ventura and Combs exchange. The jury is being shown a series of text messages between Sean Combs and Cassie. Ventura testified that one exchange was via a BlackBerry about 2.5 years ago into their 2.5 years into their relationship. Some of the exchanges read as follow: Cassie, going to sleep now so it can be tomorrow faster. I love you. Combs responded, love my baby. Ventura put a little happy face. I love you so much, it consumes my life. Ventura responded, I wondered the same thing for myself. Like, who was I before we decided to be together? Combs responded, I never knew it could be like this. The jury also saw a text from August 2009 in which Combs had told Ventura, I love you so much it makes me cry. In the exchange, Ventura called Combs Pop Pop. Earlier this week, Ventura testified that she called Combs Pop Pop, which was the name she called her grandfather. Oof. Yeah, there's nothing weird about that. Objection, an opinion. I know, I'm giving my opinion, y'all. Shout out to everybody. We're catching up, guys, as I'm drinking my coffee. I wish I had some Kahlua. I'm just saying. Anyways. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you. Ventura testified she wanted more time and attention from Combs when they were dating. Cassie testified that she often wanted more time with Sean Combs while they were in a relationship. The jury saw a message Ventura sent to Combs in April 2010. I haven't talked to you at all. I know you can take 3 minutes out of your day to talk to me, and you don't even try. You're in too much of a rush to get me off the phone. That's not being in a relationship with someone that you love and are in love with. I'm really hurt by the way you deal with me. I don't see your money. I need your attention. I need some attention. I'm thankful, but I can pay for these things myself. Okay. Update on inner city press yet? No, not yet. Okay. Ventura recalls what made her fall in love with Combs. Cassie testified that she fell in love with Sean Combs' real personality. Defense attorney Anastacio had asked Ventura what made her fall in love with Combs, prompting Ventura to say that she hadn't thought about it in a while. The beginning of the relationship was really, we spoke about it already. It was really fast-paced, scary, but the more time I spent with him and got to know him, his real personality, at least what I thought was his real personality, and I liked what it was. When asked what about his personality she liked, Ventura responded, in the beginning of the relationship, he was very sweet and attentive. Ventura also described Combs as having a charismatic, big personality that everyone really loved. Okay. Defense attorney asked Ventura about her desire to make Combs happy. Defense attorney Anastacio asked Cassie a series of questions about how she had earned Sean Diddy Combs' trust about how she wanted to make him happy. And to make him happy, you told him that you wanted to do freak-offs, referring to drug-fueled sex performances. There's a lot more to that. 8 minutes ago, Ventura requests a break. Okay, so this is why they're on break. She actually requested a break. Okay. Cassie has asked the judge for a quick break. The jury has been viewing text messages between her and former boyfriend Sean Combs while they were dating. Okay. All right. Okay. Let me say something real quick so y'all, so everybody's aware. While we're taking a break. The way in which now that I've read the opening statements from like real context from the prosecution side to the defense, right? They're going to lay out this foundation that she was in this relationship, okay, with Sean Combs, that she participated in this relationship, that there was no S trafficking. When you hear the defense, the way in which they talk about the CNN video footage, they've released a full 15-minute footage. And I'm going to be honest with you. I kind of see where the defense is coming from. In the sense, let me be very clear. In the sense that when Diddy was coming out in a towel, okay, they are not justifying the violence, the violent behavior, the hitting. They're saying in their opening statements that it is indefensible, okay, even though Tini Guerra goes, it was very short, but it's actually very lengthy in context. They are not saying that, he's a perfect angel. What they're saying is that this is all DV. What you saw was DV and is indefensible, okay? But that the reason why Diddy had dragged her, okay, because there was a point in the elevator where he had dragged her, was because he was trying to get the phone from her. Now, of course, that doesn't justify the fact that he kicked her, because we saw that, or that he threw the flowers vase or whatever it was at her. None of that testifies that whatsoever. Okay. So the defense is actually putting a lot more context to that video, which I was like, let me go watch the video again after reading the defense sides of the opening statements. That I'm like, okay, I see this. I see where they're coming from. Now, what they're doing here, the way in which they're questioning Cassie, is that they're laying a foundation. They're laying a foundation of the fact that she loved this man. They were both in love with each other. He was jealous. She was jealous. This is what the defense said. Now, let me be very clear. Some of y'all, this is going to piss a lot of people off. This is right at a boiling point of this case. And I'm going to ask you guys that if it's too much, it's okay to go back. If y'all are going to be arguing with each other, or you're going to be kind of going back and forth with each other, this might be a little too much for y'all. I'm going to ask you guys that if you make such a bold statement, stand 10 toes down on it. If, like, for example, you say, I feel like this is happening, don't be bullshitting, trolling in my comments. Stand on what you say when somebody's asking you, what do you mean by that? Okay, so that we can understand and get some context, because this is all about context. If I was in this courtroom, I would probably have a different perspective from actually reading what's going on with the CNN updates, or from actually reading what other people are posting. So this is why the transcripts are so important. The transcripts, all the context is there. That's what I got to say about that. So I'm happy that we have them. And I promise y'all, I'm going to release the opening statements tonight so you guys can make an opinion about how you feel about this, okay? All right? I might have my opinions because I have them, but I'll read those transcripts without even giving you guys my opinion. Y'all make it up on your own. You guys figure it out. You figure it out what you want to do with that. You said, I think the government did a good job yesterday of showing it was more than DV, says Yanni. I think that they did a good job too. And like I said, we haven't even read that part of the transcripts, okay? Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, and I will say, like, when you hear Cassie, like the shit that was said yesterday, and I'm sorry, like the stuff that was said yesterday was just horrific. I don't know. It was just horrific hearing her. So I am nervous for Cassie to like figure out how the defense is going to treat her at this point. And like I said, it was interesting to see Agnifilo was worried about her pregnancy. I don't want her walking in front of the jury to invoke sympathy. This is stuff that was not necessarily captured right away. She's actually 8 months pregnant. So whatever her due date, I mean, her due date could be, between 8 months to, whatever the time may be, but she's really up there. And I mean, this is, one of those times where anything can go if she's pregnant, right? And this could really upset her, and she's going to have to take a lot of breaks. And I hope that, she's pregnant. Let's consider that. But it's also like the way in which Agnifilo said it, or Ag fucking Nifilo. That's what we call him, Ag fucking Nifilo. He was like, well, her medical condition, it's a pregnancy, Agnifilo. Get it together. She's pregnant. You making it sound like she's, got something going on. No, she's pregnant. That's what it is. It was interesting how the judge kind of put him in his place in the transcripts. I'll have to add that in the opening statements. Yes, we have the real court transcripts because y'all made it happen. Thank you. And shout out to Danny Robertson, who made it fucking happen. Shout out to Danny Robertson. All right, the Avengers, they made it happen. Before, right when you're at 8 months, I mean, anywhere after 7 months, they put travel restrictions on you. You have to be careful. Absolutely. There's a lot more context there, I promise you. So, if you're like, I don't even know where to start, and I just started following this case, I would probably start at the opening statements with the transcripts. You're not that behind, if that makes sense. All right. And I'm trying to see. Okay, do we have an update? No. We do have. I paid for this. As much as I don't like the New York Times, I paid for them. 4 key takeaways for Cassie's second day of testimony. Okay. Now, is this up to date? This is not up to date. Come on now. I need up to date updates. All right. Let me see if, because I think the New York Times is doing updates too. Diddy updates. 6 minutes ago. Okay. I brought the. Is this it? See what CNN is saying. I have a feeling they're going to be taking a lot of breaks, which I think is important for her because, like I said, we don't know where she's at in her pregnancy or anything like that. Okay, that was 17 minutes ago. Look at the media. 17 minutes ago, Cassandra whispered to the judge and then called for a 10-minute break. We had just been looking at sexual explicit messages Ventura had sent to Sean Combs years ago. Sitting between his lawyers, Sean Combs is wearing a sand-colored sweater and a collared shirt. Has more fidgety today than he was the last 2 days. Oh, man, I bet. Oh, by the way, let me tell you what the transcripts told me too, that I didn't know this. Did y'all know this is the first time that Cassie and Diddy are seeing each other after 6 years? The last time they saw each other was 6 years ago. For those that was information. I don't want to call it tea, but that was information in the transcripts. They had not seen each other after the breakup. They have this is the first time that they're in the same room after 6 years of being together. Okay? Yeah, that's heavy. I was like, "Oh my god, that's what the transcripts told me." Yeah. And it was in the opening statements on the defense side. James, no. She's married to Alex Fine or Finn. Is it Fine? I think it's Fine or Finn. Yes. Yes, Shay says, "Yes, I heard that from Rotten Mango." Yeah, they hadn't seen each other in 6 years. Can you imagine, you know, not seeing a man who the last time you saw him wasn't the best time and yeah, yeah, that's what I gotta say. Um, yeah, but let me see. He has been leaning back and forth. This is Diddy. He's been leaning back and forth and taking his black framed glasses on or off during the break. Combs handed a note to his lawyers, who was leading the cross-examination of Cassandra Ventura. Combs' 3 sons and mothers, Janice Combs, are in the spectator gallery. Oh, did you guys see the image of the daughters walking out of the courtroom? I guess let me ask you guys a question, okay? Like, you can't help who your father is, right? Or your mother. You can't help who births you, right? You can't. Do you guys feel any like maybe I'll do a survey. Do you guys feel at all bad? And shout out to my beautiful, wonderful mod Pika and all my mods. I think I only see Pika. I think Cheeks was in there too. Do you feel bad for Diddy's children? Some of them are adult children, okay? So let's just put this in here. Go vote and do me a favor, guys. Let me see where we at on the likes. Are we liking the likes? What's 140 likes and we have 450 people? The likes are free. What's going on? Can y'all can we get to at least like 400 likes, please? I would appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I would appreciate it. Thank you, Cassie. Emailed you the video of Cassie, or excuse me, Sassy. Thank you, Rabbit. I emailed you the video in your premiere. Then okay. I'll check out my email in a little bit. I have a lot of emails I have not checked. I'm scared to check my email. Let's see. Thank you guys for upping those likes. Thank you. Appreciate it. Likes are free, right, Tony? Tell them. You feel bad for the girls? Go cray cray. Some people don't feel bad for the girls. I'm just letting you know. Some people feel like You know, like this is how do I say this? Like sins of the father. You're like people are paying for their things generationally. I'm like, I don't. That's pretty fucked up. I look. We don't know those kids, and let me just say this. This is the first thing that came to my mind, guys. Um, Kim Porter. I would imagine being a woman, being a young woman, you're listening to the testimony of this woman who was with your dad. I would imagine, and I would probably bet money on this that those girls probably saw how Diddy treated Kim. I'm sorry. They probably saw stuff. They probably normalized it. They probably were like, this is love. But I bet you if anybody put hands on Diddy's daughter or anything, like he would lose it. So it's like honestly, this is a difficult thing to kind of see. But I would imagine that this is like they're learning that, or at least seeing that, man, I wonder if this is how he treated my mom. You know what I mean? Like that's how he treated my, like if he treated this woman this way and there's these messages, did he treat my mom this way too? Because honestly, I don't feel I feel Diddy's kids are gonna be okay. All right. That's not what this is about. But I do feel bad for them. I do. She came to tell me that her nose was messing with her. Sorry, y'all. They came to take baby bunny. Um Nothing gets past the kids. You said, I'm wondering how my young Miami is saying and thinking. I'm sure he did the same thing with her. Um, you know what's so hard for me to even like as I'm reading this? They're taking a recess still. Damn, they're still out there in recess. This is hold up. What do we have here? Yeah, it's still in recess. Um I would imagine that yeah, like I would imagine this would be hard for the girls to hear or for the children. But let me ask you guys another question. Miss Janice Combs is over there too. That's your son. And don't forget that when all of this went down, Janice Combs wrote a letter through her lawyer giving a statement. That's your son, Janice. That Miss Janice Combs, that's your son. You were sitting out there under the sun, taking that sun and taking those IVs with them too. The people have said that the lady was a madam. So she's with the shits too. That's what I heard. So I'm like, oh, okay. We're with the shits. All right. I think we're back. Let's see. Mm-hmm. We're back. We're back. We're back. Okay. Here we go. So at 10:48 a.m., they're back. The judge then says, Miss Estavo, you may proceed. Estavo is the lawyer for Diddy, okay? Miss Ventura, this is from Mr. Combs to you. You respond with an extremely explicit message, right? Yes. This is 2 days after the planning of a freak off night of a freak off, right? Yes. This is 2 days after the planning of a freak off, right? Yes. Okay. All right. All right. Oh, hold up. Sorry about that. I meant to share that screen. Um, make myself smaller. Thank you. Thank you. Guys, hit the like button, please, and thank you. All right. See if we have any updates here. So they're showing her messages. That's what it sounds like, right? We can close that. 15 minutes ago. New York Times reports Cassandra Ventura is back in the witness box. She is clutching what appears to be a chain of beads with a tassel and is watching the jurors as they file in. Oh man. So this was a minute ago, but it sounds like they're now on questioning. So that might be a little bit behind. 6 minutes ago, 2 minutes ago. Ventura returns to the stand. Cassie is back on the stand where she's under the defense cross-examination. Okay. No update yet. We're waiting. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Kathy. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for those that hit the like button. Thank you. Two-minute update. Nothing. CNN. We're waiting. You think it was a rosary with it like a tassel? Anything. It could be anything. We don't even know. Will his mom be called to testify? I wonder if her mom is going to be called to testify, Gordon, because her mom apparently was the one that was like, I mean, she may be in the courtroom. By the way, they did have to have her husband leave at portions of yesterday's testimony with Cassie. There were portions of it that he had to leave, and it wasn't for it was for the safety of Diddy, not for anybody else, if you know what I mean. Thank you. Oh my God, Sylvia, to put towards the next court transcripts. I know they're not cheap or free. Thank you for all that you do for us. And thank you for everybody that sets out to help in donations. Oh my goodness. Sylvia, thank you. That's really sweet of you. We will see about the next one. We'll see, man. I don't know about next week, but we'll definitely see how it goes down. We'll figure it out, okay? Don't we always figure it out one way or another? Thank you, Sylvia. That's really sweet of you to have done that. Thank you. Okay, here we go. 14 seconds. Let me put this down real quick. Thank you, Sylvia. Attorney for Combs. He said, I want to see. How did you reply? I can't wait either. You wrote, I feel like I want to F right. Ventura then says, that's what it says. Mr. Combs says, I'm so horny, I can't concentrate. What do you say? Okay, they're sharing messages, right? So she shows her this message. It's a very explicit message, all right? Miss Ventura, this is from Mr. Combs to you. You responded with an extremely explicit message, right? Yes. This is 2 days after the planning of a freak off, right? Yes. He said, I want to see you. How did you reply? I can't wait either. You wrote, I feel like I want to fuck right now. Or fuck, right? That's what it says. Mr. Combs says, I'm so horny, I can't concentrate. What did you say? Okay, we're waiting on a update. My goodness. Thank you, thank you. IV4, this whole thing is about freak shows. Crazy, man. That I will say that in the opening statements, they very much establish how much of open sex life Diddy has. Okay, so you definitely got to make sure you watch the opening statements video that I'll be putting out tonight. Yes. Okay, let's see if we have an update. Okay. What is CNN saying? 6 minutes ago, no update yet. Let me see what the New York Times is saying. 3 minutes ago, the defense has picked up again with the sexually explicit messages that Cassandra Ventura sent to Sean Combs in anticipation of a freak off in 2009. I can't wait, Combs wrote. I can't wait either, she replied. Okay. Yes, thank you. And thank you, IV4, for the support. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all, I need to touch up on that purple. We need to touch up on that purple. We might do another color, but we'll see. Okay. It continues. So that'll go to Dwayne Reed for candles and then set up the room, is what Ventura responded. Estavio, did you understand that he was going to take another video of you? Objection, speculation, the government interjects. Miss Stavio, you can move on. Estavio then says, you ask, any pills on you? Yes. All right, let me go back a little bit, okay? To slow it down. Estavio had said, Mr. Combs says, I'm so horny, I can't concentrate. What did you say? It's a message that she's reading to Cassie. Cassie says, that I'll go to Dwayne Reed for candles and then set up the room. Dwayne Reed, somebody put in the chat who that is. I feel like I've heard this name before. Let me write this down. Dwayne Reed. She went to him for candles and then set up the room. Did you understand that he was going to take another video of you? Government says objection, speculation. Mrs. Stavio, you can move on. You asked, any pills on you? Estavio, attorney is asking Cassie, you asked, any pills on you? Did Cassie ask Sean, any pills on you? Cassie responded, yes. All right. Oh, I'm telling you, it's gonna get intense. Dwayne Reed was a drugstore like CVS. Thank you. It's a pharmacy. Like, okay, I had no idea. So is that like where's that at? I've never heard of a Dwayne Reed. It's a convenience store. Okay. Is it in New York? Because it's definitely not like on the I've never heard of a Dwayne Reed on the West Coast. Thank you guys. It's a store. I was like, who's that? Thank you guys. All right, let's see if we have an update. Nothing. Let me see what CNN is saying. I thought it was a person. Okay. No updates yet from the other outlets. It's in New York. It's a very popular drug, like a Walgreens in New York. Gotcha. Thank you guys. My oldest made me my coffee, and he didn't mix it well, but that's okay. He gets an A for kudos. It's owned by Walgreens? Okay. So when he says the objection, the judge asked the defense to move on. You asked, any pills on you? Okay. When Ventura says, I'll go to the pharmacy or the drugstore, Dwayne Reed's, for candles and then set up the room. So she was going there to buy the candles to set up the room. Y'all see what the defense is basically laying out how she was a willing participant in some of these freak-offs that she's now saying she didn't want to participate in. This is what the defense is saying, okay? I'm just letting you know, don't shoot the messenger, but that's how they're like laying this out. They're laying out the foundation of that. I drink dark it's iced coffee. I don't drink hot coffee. I only drink iced coffee. I don't like hot coffee. It is a what is it? Dark, I forgot the name of it. Dark something coffee with a little bit of heavy cream and a little bit of caramel creamer on it. Caramel and chocolate creamer on it. Oh, really? Are they on it though? The Washington Post? I can pull the Washington Post too. Okay. Damn, they got so many people there. Washington Post says, the idea that freak-offs were consensual is central to Sean Combs' defense. And after the mid-morning break, his defense lawyer, Ana Estavio, prompted Cassie to read very explicit messages sent between her and Combs. I told you guys, this is what they were laying the foundation. In these messages, which were sent on BlackBerry devices in 2009, Ventura describes giving oral sex in graphic terms with the expectation that this would be performed during freak-offs. Ah, okay. All right. So there's okay, so this is interesting. Here we go. We have a little bit of an update. Um, the defense. What pills were you taking then? Opioids. You deleted videos on your device, right? Yes. What did you write? That I need to feel this is my husband, the only one who will see this side of me. Oh man. Okay. So when the defense asks, you asked, any pills on you? Yes. What pills were you taking then? Opioids. You deleted videos on your device, right? Yes. What did you write? That I need to feel that this is my husband, the only one who will see this side of me. Okay. Um, that is what is being said. Okay. Oh my God, Margot Go. Thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. If y'all been blessed by my beautiful, wonderful supporters, put some confettis, some hearts in the chat if you've been blessed, y'all. We have 570 some people. Hit the like button, please, and thank you. I would really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Margot. Thank you. Thank you. Look at you got gifted. Yay. Thank you. Hold up. We have an update from CNN. Jury shows sexually graphic text messages Combs and Ventura exchanged in 2009. The jury has seen more sexually graphic text messages Cassie Ventura and Sean Combs exchange in August of 2009. The messages are a continuation of texts that were shown before Ventura, who is being cross-examined by the defense team now. Asked for a short break, those text messages came as they were planning a freak off, which is what Combs called the drug-fueled sex performances he orchestrated. Okay. We have an update from the New York Times as well while we wait. The messages between Cassie Ventura and Sean Combs in 2009 involved discussions of some logistics before the freak-offs, buying candles at a pharmacy, and their aftermath. In one message, Ventura asked Combs if he had any more pills, and she said she was taking opioids at the time. And in another, she told him, "I just deleted our little video off her camera, calling it dope." Ah, okay. All right. Do we have an update? Nope, not yet on Inner City Press. The defense is doing what the defense is going to do. You know, the defense so they're laying, like I said, when you hear the opening statement, that's why I ask you guys, make sure the video that I dropped tonight, make sure you watch it, because you'll understand a little bit of what the defense is saying, what they're actually saying. This is from court reporters, not from like journalists, which is, shout out to our journalists that are out there, but these are court reporters that are giving us like exactly word for word what's being said in there. Okay. Not somebody's opinion, just a word for word. It's important to hear what that foundation was, what they started with. All right. Let's see. Now let me look at the poll, because I know we just did a poll. Hold up. Okay, we have 212 votes. Do you feel bad for Diddy's kids? 61% said yes, and 39% said no. I'm kind of curious about the 39%. And not that you're going to get jumped in the chat, but if you're willing to just let me know why you don't feel bad for Diddy's kids, I'm curious. Like, what is your perspective? Because I did talk to somebody who said, you know what, they reap what that's their daddy, and they should be proud of him. And you know, it is what, like, people have different perspectives. I want to know if you feel bad for Diddy's kids. And if you don't, let me know why. Let me know in the chat, because I am curious, and tag me so I can read your comment, please, and thank you. Okay, here we go. We have an update 33 seconds ago. So when Cassie said, I need to feel this is my husband, the only one who will see this side of me, defense then asks, were you afraid that Mr. Combs was only seeing you for sex in this way? That was my concern. You still were not public in your relationship with him, correct? Were freak-offs important? Integral to us. Integral to us. Ooh. Oh, okay. So this is interesting. She said that the question was, were freak offs important, integral to us? hmm Um, let me also make another let you guys know what else because it's coming to me. The defense said Diddy loves baby oil. That's what the defense. It's on the opening statements, by the way. Diddy loves baby oil. I'm not joking. It says it on the transcripts. Diddy loves baby oil. Hardwood facility manager, thank you for saying, Rabbit, down the rabbit hole news. Let them get therapy like daddy's victims. Hardwood says, shout out to you. Okay, thank you. I think that's so you feel you don't necessarily you feel like they need to get therapy, right? Okay. Um, you said you feel I feel bad for the girls, not the boys. I feel the boys knew about this side of him in some extent. Gotcha. Can we just say something for the record? Diddy has a lot of money. They could have at any point decided to, do therapy. Diddy could have gotten help. Diddy didn't have to do this. That's for sure. The sons are doing the same thing. I feel bad for the girls, says Nicholas. Gotcha. That's what I was like. Do people feel bad? Because did you guys see the video? They're literally just walking out, just looking straight. I don't know. I don't know if I could I'm not that I can let me just say this. I wonder how wherever Kim Porter's at, if you guys are spiritual, like you know that has to hurt for a mother. I don't care. Like that hurts for a mom to see your kids going through something like this of a man. But at the same time, it's like, damn, like a lot of this could have been called out a long time ago, if that makes sense. If he was doing all this, because you know that there's pictures out there of Kim with you know, bruising and stuff like that. There was stuff out there already. Nobody did anything. Nobody said anything. If you know what I mean. Hold up. Let me see who just messaged me. Okay. That's my point. Diddy just did straight damage. Anyone needs therapy involved with that guy or his mama. She could have also been helpful in this too. She could have held his feet to the fire and she didn't. And I'm talking about Janice Combs too. Okay. We have an update. So when she says integral to us, were the freak offs important? They're integral to us, is what she said. Defense. Who was at your 21st birthday party in Las Vegas? Britney Spears, Dallas Austin. Oh my. So Britney Spears was at the party, y'all. Let me write this down. At her 21st birthday party, Britney Spears was at this party. All right. Dallas Austin is a name we've already heard. Okay. How did you get them there? They came for Sean. You're very beautiful and charming. Thank you. It's true. Okay. I don't know if she's reading something or if she's calling her beautiful and charming. This is why transcripts are important. Hold up. Let me see. We have an update from the Washington Post. The messages between Cassandra and Sean in 2009. Okay, we read this. We don't need to reread this again. No update. This is a little confusing. I don't know if she's calling her beautiful and charming or if she's reading messages. Yeah, I would have objected to that. I'm like, objection. Don't be complimenting me. What are you doing? So she asked her, who was at your 21st birthday party in Las Vegas? Britney Spears and Dallas Austin. How did you get them there? They came for Sean. You're very beautiful and charming. Thank you. It's true. That's what she said. Somebody said in the comments, the lawyer's being weird as AF. The lawyer trying to get a piece. Oh my God, stop. That's not what she's doing. I'm sure this is why transcripts are important. See, we'd be reading these messages and we're only getting half of it. I feel bad for the boys because they seem to do the same reading this chat. But how can they not? Growing up, learning this behavior is normal. Yes. Diddy and his mom have anything but a conventional parent-child relationship. That woman shared a cell with her body. Ooh. Um, was Britney's Spears around that time though, or had she already left? I feel like that was. Let me see. I bet you there's pictures too. Cassie and Britney Spears party. Hold up. I bet you there's probably a picture out there. Yeah, and there is. This is Getty Images. Unless this is, here it is. Was this at the party right there, 21st? Yeah, Cassie's 21st birthday at Jet nightclub at the Mirage. Las Vegas, September 8th. Dallas, Austin, singer Britney Spears, Sean Combs, Cassie posed for a picture at Cassie's 21st birthday at Jet nightclub at the Mirage Hotel at Casino, September 8th, 2007 in Las Vegas, Nevada. This is it right here. For those that were wondering, there's a picture of that. Okay, we have an update. Harwood, thank you for becoming a member. Shout out to Harwood Facility Manager. Thank you for becoming a member and supporting the channel. I appreciate you. And he just gifted 5 memberships. Oh my goodness. Thank you. If you've been blessed by Harwood, put some hearts, some confetti, some in the chat. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you. Okay. So defense continues. Who is Tommy Mottola? Tommy Mottola? I've been saying this name. Oh my. Okay, sorry. I'm having a moment. Who is Tommy Mottola? Cassie responds, a well-known producer. You were an up-and-coming star? I guess you could say that. After you signed with Bad Boy, things were still platonic? Yes. Tommy Mottola enters at that mother. What did Michael Jackson say? What did MJ say? What did he say? What has Mariah Carey said? Oh my God. I have done videos on Tommy Mottola. People don't want to talk about Tommy Mottola. I did mention him the other day. I said, y'all, you really want to get to the head of the snake of the music industry? That man who's married to Thalia, by the way, but you know, it was Mariah Carey. Then he went with Thalia and then like kind of helped her with her career too. That name right there. Married to Mariah Carey. Mariah Carey exposed his ass. We've done a lot of videos on Tommy Mottola and people don't talk about him. I know. I'm sorry. Get it together. I'm sorry. I just jumped when I heard the name Tommy Mottola. You knew I was going to. Anyways, let me stop. I just can't believe he said the name Tommy Mottola. But I guess we'll see what role Tommy Mottola plays. That is the head of the snake, guys. At least one of them. Okay. We have an update. Excuse me. Defense says, you had rough performances. 106 in Park, it did not go well for me. How did he help you after that? We did a YouTube video. He said, everyone makes mistakes. What was wrong? I couldn't hear myself. Okay. Okay. So defense had asked prior to this, after you signed with Bad Boy, things were still platonic, meaning the relationship, I'm assuming. Cassie responds, yes. You had rough performance? 106 in Park. It did not go well for me. How did he help you after that? We did a YouTube video. He said, everyone makes mistakes. What was wrong? I couldn't hear myself. Okay. Let me look at. Here we go. This was a minute ago. Prosecutors quickly worked to establish Cassie's agencies in freak-offs. It was only about a half an hour into the cross-examination of Cassie Ventura that a lawyer for Sean Combs drew a message of a couple of exchanges. Okay, we're not going to read that again. Much of the cross-examination of Cassie Ventura so far has revolved around the issue of consent in freak-offs. It was clear from Cassie's communication with Sean that she had conflicting feelings about these sexual encounters. She testified on Wednesday that she plainly did not want to participate in them because they made her feel disgusting and empty. But with the messages the defense presented today, Combs' lawyer had been trying to make the argument that Ventura's hesitancy was more about her fear of being regulated to the role of a freak-off partner rather than Combs' true girlfriend. See, they're laying that foundation. Hold up. Okay, now we have an update. When she says, "What did a YouTube? We did a YouTube video." He said, "Everyone makes mistakes. What was wrong? I couldn't hear myself." The defense: "You were dating Mr. Leslie. How much older than you was he?" 10 years. I didn't know that. Ryan Leslie was 10 years older than her? Then you traveled to Miami with Mr. Combs. The filer of the event was just a cover to spend time with Mr. Combs, right? That's true. Okay. So she was, remember the opening statements, guys, from the prosecution side, and I tell you that because I read the transcript, is that this man is 17 years older, Sean Combs. She was dating someone 10 years older than her. So at the time, I don't know what the time frame would be, but just kind of giving you guys some context. Thank you. Hold up. Let me see if we have an update on Washington Post. Not yet. CNN. Not yet. Okay. All right, here we go. So then defense had asked, then you traveled to Miami with Mr. Combs. Okay, that is true. Defense then says, you had a tattoo of Mr. Leslie's initials on your body, right? Yes. How many tattoos did you have then? Objection. Relevance. Overruled. But let's keep it moving. Cassie responds, 3. The one on your arm? No regrets. I don't know why this came to my mind, but when she said no regrets, I thought of no regrets. You know, those tattoos. Okay, let me go back a little bit, all right? Defense had asked, you had a tattoo of Mr. Leslie's initials on your body, right? Yes. How many tattoos did you have then? Objection. Relevance. Overruled, but let's keep it moving. 3. The one on your arm? No regrets. No regrets? Y'all remember no regrets? I'm just letting you know. I thought of that when she said that. I did. Every time I see no regrets, I think of no regrets. Does Cassie have childhood trauma? I'm not really sure because that they haven't really disclosed that. Yeah, we don't really know. Okay, hold up. Just now from the New York Times, Cassandra Ventura has been monotone and seems a bit resigned while reading her sexually explicit messages to Sean Combs. She became a bit more animated while discussing her rise to fame in music, describing her 21st birthday party in Las Vegas, which Britney Spears attended thanks to an invitation from Combs, and a bad early TV performance on BET, which Combs helped her move on from. Okay? This was 2 minutes ago from CNN. Ventura gives more details about her 21st birthday. Ventura testified it's fair to say that she was a celebrity in her own right, but by the time she was 21 years old, Sean Combs brought other celebrities to her 21st birthday, which was held at the nightclub in Las Vegas. When defense attorney Anna asked Ventura about a 21-year-old how a 21-year-old could attract a celebrity guest, Ventura says that was all him. I don't know them. So what she's saying is that the reason why Britney Spears and all these like celebrities were at her 21st birthday is because of Sean. Only because of Sean, because she didn't really know them. Like she was a celebrity in her own right, but she hadn't really been established like that. This is what is being said, at least from what CNN reported. Ventura testified during the prosecution direct examination that she ran away when Combs kissed her for the first time for her 21st birthday. Okay. If you guys remember, she said that. Was it yesterday or the day before? Early in the cross-examination, hold up. Let me see. Inner City Press, do we have an update before I start with New York Times? No. Early in the in cross-examination of Cassandra Ventura this morning, a lawyer for Sean Combs asked her to recall the love and passion that existed in the early stages of their relationship with the mogul and cite many flirtatious messages between them. I miss you so much. I'd fly anywhere if you needed me. Ventura wrote in Combs 2008. In other messages, Ventura expressed eagerness for freak-offs, the marathon sex sessions at the heart of the case. The testimony was remarkably different in tone from Ventura's questioning by prosecutors over the last 2 days, in which she described their freak-offs as nightmarish horrors in which she was forced to participate in degrading drug-fueled sex for sometimes days at a time. The questioning today was aimed at proving one of the defense's key arguments, that Ventura and the other women involved in the case were not coerced into sex, but rather willing participants. So I guess a lot of us are kind of picking that up now. All right, here we go. 52 seconds ago. So she says that there's a tattoo in her arm that says no regrets. The defense. Mr. Combs taught you how to do oral sex? He did. Look at this. Tell me when you're ready. Can you read it? You can read it, Cassie says. It's making me laugh. It's from 2007. You wrote, I feel protected. You are sweet. Ooh. Okay, so the defense is showing her exhibits messages. The defense is saying, look at this. Tell me when you're ready. Can you read it? You can read it. It's making me laugh. It's from 2007. You wrote, I feel protected. You are sweet. What do y'all think? Let me know. I wonder if Don from Danity Kane, don't testify. Don Richard. CNN is being messy. Let's read CNN. Oh my God. 5 minutes ago, the details. Oh, I think I read this already. Yeah, about how she didn't have a career and she was just starting out. What do you think about her? I mean, there's messages from 2007. Do you guys feel like, oh my God, her laughing says that she was complicit? Because some people are going to say that. I'm just letting y'all know. She's reading messages from 2007. The fact that you have phones and you're able to pull that up, that's crazy. I don't have my phones from back in the day. I bet I wrote some crazy text messages too. I'm just saying. Okay. The defense then says, you wrote, I see that Carrie is better fitting for you. I'm hurt that you think I'm malicious. You're very important to me. Cassie Ventura laughs. The defense, what were you trying to convey? It's like a journal entry. Okay. The defense says, I'm going to repeat it again. You wrote, I see that Carrie, and I'm assuming they're speaking about Carrie Morgan, Cassie's friend. You wrote, I see that Carrie is better fitting for you. I'm hurt that you think I'm malicious. You're very important to me. Cassie Ventura laughs. What were you trying to convey? It's like a journal entry. I don't know. I mean, she's like in her, she's 38 and she's reading messages from like her early 20s. Oh my God. People are losing it. Why is she laughing? Look at why they put Steve Harvey on his tweet. Okay. All right. What do y'all think? Okay, Ventura testifies Combs was the second older man she dated. Cassie testified that she met Sean Combs through Ryan Leslie, a music producer that she dated for about 3 years when she was 18 or 19. Leslie was about 10 years older than her, Ventura said, meaning Combs was the second older man she dated at that point. Ventura and Combs had a platonic relationship when she first signed to his company, Bad Boy Records, she confirmed. He supported her after a bad TV performance, and she meant a lot, and that meant a lot to her. Following her 21st birthday, Ventura said that she wanted to join Combs on a trip to Miami, but she was still dating Leslie, so she testified that she used a flyer for an event as an excuse to go to the trip. Okay, that makes sense. We don't have we don't have an update. It's like a journal entry. She laughed now because she would never say those words. Maybe because you're like 38, you're young. She's probably laughing at how wrong she was about Diddy back then. Well, it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I have journals from when I was a kid. I probably would not even understand what the hell was I thinking. And I'm like 40 now, right? I mean, that's kind of how I see it. When you read things like that, it's like, and then it's also like a nervous laugh or just like a laugh of like, oh my God, like, imagine somebody seeing your messages from like another person and then having to explain that to them. It's just weird. It's like, what? You know? Objection, please leave Miami out of this. We have enough issues as it is. Abraham's like, don't start ish with Miami, okay? All right, we have an update. It's like a journal entry. Defense, you discussed Carrie Morgan. Did you think Mr. Combs was attracted to her? There was a point in the very beginning. Did that complication carry on in your relationship? Not really. Carrie was always just with us. Okay, hold up. So the defense is asking questions, right? She had this nervous laugh, or at least a laugh. I'm not going to say nervous because I'm not there. She just had a laugh about some messages. What are you trying to convey? It's like a journal entry. You discuss Carrie Morgan. Did you think Mr. Combs was attracted to her? There was a point in the very beginning, Cassie says. Did that complication carry on in your relationship? Not really. Carrie was just always with us. Okay, so again, trying to establish that there's some jealousy here. Cassie was, jealous. There's some jealousy here. This is the defense side, okay? And for those people are asking who's Carrie? Carrie Morgan, for the friend. There's a lot of pictures of them together. Out there, they're no longer friends. They stopped being friends. I think she got hit in the head by Sean Combs with like a wooden hanger or something like that. Hmm. Me too. I would cringe to read text messages from 2007 from a phone. I would say I would agree with that. We were probably at different stages of our lives. Um, and so then to have somebody read that, like a whole stranger read your messages and be like, I have to explain this to you. I was fucking 21 or 22, however old she was at that time. It's a different, you're in a different space of your life, if that makes sense. Okay, let me see if Inner City Press has any updates. No, but I think New York Times has one. Ventura was smiling as one of Combs' defense lawyers read a long email she sent to him shortly after their relationship began. Ventura suggested that the lawyer read that one aloud, saying, "It's making me giggle because it's from 2007." The message expressed both affection and the fear that Combs wasn't fully reciprocating her love for him. "I've never felt so loved, safe, and empowered since we've come together," she wrote, before saying, "On the other hand, you're constantly weary of me." It was usually like a one-way street when it comes to the messages like this, she testified. It's kind of giving like, and this is just to be fair, right? It doesn't take away from all the stuff that happened in between. Well, hold up. Before I make this comment, let me update. Before that, Cassie said, not really. Carrie was always just with us. The defense, I like to start asking about freak offs. Sometimes you wore a wig and a mask. Yes. The general public did not know. Objection. Judge response, rephrase. No one knew until November 2023 in the public. Yes, Cassie responds. Okay, hold up. Defense, I'd like to start asking about freak offs. Sometimes you wore a wig and a mask. Yes. The general public did not know. Objection. Rephrase. No one knew until November 2023 in public. Yes. Okay. So now they're going to get into the freak offs part. Oh my God, not the lubricator. Who did this on the internet? Who did y'all see this is why I gotta be careful with the I gotta be careful with the Twitters, because then you got people that be doing this shit. Oh, I can't. The lubricator? I can't. Great job. We appreciate you in your relationship with him. What relationship? I don't know what you're talking about, Gloria. The web is webbing. The web is webbing. The it's like saying I don't know what to say this. The amount has been, listen, I'm trying my best. I'm trying to keep it cute, but who said this? Who did this, right? And I forgot to get the soundbite for Diddy. I'm so sorry, y'all. I was messed up. But who did this? Let me stop, man. That's why I got to be careful with freaking Twitter, because Twitter does too much. Okay. And then they always, oh my God. All right. No one knew until November 2023, the public. Okay, we gonna wait for an update there, my friends. Let's see what CNN is saying. I think they have an update. 3 minutes ago, Ventura told Combs she needed to feel safe. Text messages show. The jury viewed messages between Cassie and Sean Diddy Combs from December 2009 that Ventura confirmed reflect the open communication between them. She told defense attorney that at the time she felt comfortable expressing her needs to Combs over participating in freak-offs, drug-fueled sex performances orchestrated by Combs. Ventura wrote in 2009 that she needed to feel safe like home and to be more open with things we do in bed. The last time was a mistake, but since since has made me feel a little more dirty and grimy as opposed to sexual and spontaneous. That's the only reason why I go back and forth in my mind with wanting and not wanting to do it. Ventura wrote, when you used to freak off, when we were so in love, there was no questions asked, but she did not feel the same level of love anymore, at least. Okay. See if we got an update. What do you guys think? Thank you. You said you think that was the Nextel phone days? Y'all remember the chirp? Choo choo. Choo choo. The duck is like laughing. You needed a laugh. I'm telling you, some of this gets really hard. You know what I mean? There's some stuff that I'm like, all right, I gotta be careful because Twitter does too much, even though it's not called Twitter. I do. I drink my coffee cold. I do. Cold. Like ice. I'm not scrolling down anymore. I'm scared. Nadine, we are right there, my love. We are right at cross examinations right now. We are. We just started. If you want to start from the beginning, and that way you can get a good grip of what's going on. We just started with cross, or you can start right here and then rewatch. I still call it Twitter. It's going to be Twitter forever. It is. It will forever be Twitter. I don't care what the people say. I don't care what the X-Man says. I don't care. Mm-hmm. Thank you guys. Do me a favor. Let me see where the likes are at while we are waiting for updates. Are the likes liking? 322. We're not even at 450. Can we get to 500 likes? Can we get to 400? Okay? Like, don't be a hater. Okay? Hating on people makes you constipated. It really does. The like button is free. Like, people get physically backed up. Like, it makes you constipated. Hit the like button, okay? Release the demons. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Oh man. Melinda. I didn't even think you were going to bring that up. Oh my god. Yeah, they changed the name to X like they changed the name to the Gulf of Mexico. Okay, hold up. Where are we at? Oh my god. Look at everybody. Look at everybody. It's everybody reacting. Oh lord. Okay, do we have an update from the New York Times? Let me see. 3 minutes ago, there was a very brief exchange. Excuse me. There was a very brief but charged back and forth between Cassandra Ventura and Sean Combs' lawyers about the effect of the lawsuit she filed in 2023 that he quickly settled for $20 million. When your lawsuit was publicized in November of 2023, you understood that his career was ruined at that point, right? His lawyer, Anastavio, asked. I could understand that. Yeah. Ventura responded. So that was New York Times. We're a little bit behind. No, we're not. We're waiting for Inner City Press. Look at say more, aka respect pickles. Children, Diddy's children are not worth anyone's sympathy. You got to say more. Let me know what you think about that. Thank you. Thank you. Where are we at on the likes now? Now hold up. Let me mute this. While we wait for some more updates, please hit the like button, please. And thank you. Here we go. More updates. No one knew until November 2023 in public. Yes. Okay, the defense. Fair to say his character was ruined after your lawsuit? Cassie responds. I could understand that. Let's read these messages. Mr. Combs wrote, when are you on your period? No, now? Cassie responds, what you would be thinking about when you're horny. When you horny. Okay, there's a typo here. Oh man, we gonna get to the graphic stuff. So defense asks, fair to say his career was ruined after your lawsuit. I could understand that. This is a statement that Cassie says. Let's read these messages. Mr. Combs wrote, when are you on your period? I think he meant to say not now. Cassie says not now. What you be thinking about when you horny? Okay, they're reading messages. Okay, 13 seconds ago. The defense, Miss Ventura, if you don't want to read the answers, I can read them. Thank you. The O has lots of O's after them, right? The O's has lots of O's after them, right? Yes. After a freak off, you'd make love with Mr. Combs? Yes. Okay. Let's go back a little bit. When she defends, let's read these messages. Mr. Combs wrote, when are you on your period? So he's asking her in these messages, when are you on your period? Not now. What you be thinking when you horny? That's what he's asking her. Miss Ventura, if you don't want to read the answers, I can read them. Okay, that's what the attorney says. Thank you. The O has lots of O's after them, right? Yes. After a freak off, you'd make love with Mr. Combs? Yes. Okay. Yes, we're getting into the nitty-gritty of stuff, guys. Thank you, Mel F. Thank you for becoming a member, Mel F, and supporting the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. The transcripts are going to be crazy in these messages. This is why the transcripts are important. Thank you. Do any of these dates collab with the date that she was? That's a great question. Was there any DV in between? At least that's what they're calling it. Okay, I'm using their words, not that those are not my words. Okay, hold up. Let's see. Nothing yet. 1 minute ago. Ventura more open than Combs about expressing her feelings in messages. The jury next saw an email Cassie sent to Diddy in October 2007, a few weeks after her 21st birthday. Ventura testified that the email demonstrates open communication between her and Combs, but said it was usually a one-way street. She said that she would send messages being open about her feelings more often than he would. In an email, Ventura said, "We've only really had 1 week of each other just together, and I can say that it's been the best and worst." She wrote about the things she liked about Combs and dreaming of a beautiful future together. "Who knew I'd fall so fast?" she wrote. She also wrote about some negative feelings she had about the relationship, that she indicated that she felt like her friend may be better suited for Combs. "It's hard for me to handle that," she wrote. "On the other hand, you're constantly weary on me and I'm sneaky. I never seem to make the right decision to you. I'm a spoiled brat. I'm dramatic, disrespectful, and for some reason you don't trust me," she wrote. Okay. 10 seconds ago. So let's go back a little bit. She's asking her about messages. One of the questions the defense asked: "After a freak off, you'd make love with Mr. Combs?" Cassie answers yes. "Your period. Mr. Combs is asking you when you're on it, right?" "Yep." "He's asking in the context of when to meet up and have sex." "Looks like it. Sometimes you watch him with a female?" "2 or 3 times." Okay. 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 What do you guys think? Yes, thank you. We need more likes, please. And thank you. I'd appreciate it. Can you guys get me to at least 500 likes? So in these messages, um, there were okay, let me go back a little bit because I remember the was it the escort? Something about having sex with her and during her monthly. Here there's messages where he's like asking her about her monthly. Now that doesn't mean that this was happening all the time. We don't know. We weren't there, right? Like he could very well be, we just don't know. But this is just part of that, I think, to kind of keep in mind. Estavio defense. So Estavio is the Diddy has 8 lawyers total, and she's one of them. She's the defense. She's for the defense, and she's doing the first cross examination. Okay, just so people are aware. Thank you guys for hitting that like button, please, and thank you. I was wondering if Diddy's going to testify. I really do. If that's going to happen, I have a lot of questions about that. Um, hold up. 2 minutes ago from the New York Times. The cross examination is swinging between the freak offs at the center of the case and other topics. Cassie is currently reading more sexually explicit messages between her and Combs, this time from 2012. The defense seems to be highlighting how, in this conversation, Combs asks about Ventura's desires and preferences. Okay. Important to note. Important to note. You said, "I'm actually surprised didn't get Jennifer." Oh, this lady right here, wasn't she also R. Kelly's lawyer too? And Cosby's lawyer, right? Bonjean or Bonjo, I forgot how you say her last name. Jennifer Bon. I mean, he got eight. Listen, I think that Diddy will be fine. You know what I mean? I think Diddy will be fine. As far as the attorneys go, there's a lot of attorneys. Got a lot of good attorneys. I'll say that. Yeah, she represented Cosby and R. Kelly at one point, I think, if I remember correctly. Oh, didn't think. Hold up. Let me see what the New York Times is putting up. Any updates? And like I said, the transcripts of this, they'll be available for us tonight. This is going to be very interesting. Um, that's interesting. Bornkein says she watched him with women. This is what's being said. We don't know. We'll have the transcripts of what exactly Cassie said. Okay. That's what. So you're saying that she was also engaging in voyeurism? Is that what you're saying? I mean, let me know. The defense tried to establish that both of them were perverts. That's ridiculous. That's what the duck says. I think that's what they're trying to do. The defense is going to they're going to defend their client, right? That's what they're going to do. That's what they're there for. So they're doing their job. I mean, you can like them or hate them, but they're doing the job that they're being paid to do. Okay. Defense. Sometimes you watch him with a female. Cassie responds 2 or 3 times. Defense. Did you talk with Mr. Combs about the swingers lifestyle? That no one talks about it. Well, she responded that no one talks about it. Were you keeping Freakoff's secret from your friends? Yes. His assistants help him with everything. Okay. But the family and friends did not know. All right. Defense. You would remember if an assistant came in during one of your sessions with an escort. Not necessarily. I was high. So you don't remember much. I had my privacy invaded a lot during that relationship. Okay. The assistants were walking at the Freakoffs like, KK, where are you? Get your ass in here right now. I'm telling you, KK, cannot wait. Cannot wait to listen to KK. Because I wonder if she's going to testify. Yeah. That's the thing too. It's like, what does that say about the assistants, right? Because that's what the prosecution is trying to establish, is that they were all working together. This was a whole thing. The assistants were setting things up. Matter of fact, the word that the prosecution used in the opening statements was Diddy's lieutenant for the security guards, lieutenants and staff. That's why the transcripts are important. Okay. Nothing there. Let's go to New York Times. New York Times says, oh man. The defense has characterized Sean's sexual preferences as part of a swinger's lifestyle. In contrast to the government's allegations of sex trafficking and coercion, Combs' lawyer asked Cassie about the swinger's lifestyle, and Ventura testified that multiple times she watched Combs have sex with another woman, a reversal of the typical voyeuristic arrangement that played out during their relationship. Okay. It's a lot of I mean, they did say there was a lot of jealousy in that relationship too. I don't know, man. Jesus. Okay. There's 10 minutes ago. See, Inner City Press, are you? No update yet. So she says, I've had a lot of invasion of privacy in that relationship. Okay, this was 7 minutes ago from the Washington Post. It says Cassie Ventura's relationship with Ryan Leslie was somewhat serious, she conceded. She even had a tattoo of his initials. She also testified that when she took a romantic trip to Miami with Sean Combs, she led Leslie to believe that she was going to there for an event. A fake promotional flyer was even created for the ruse, although Ventura says she didn't make it. Combs is 17 years older than Ventura, and Leslie is about a decade older than her. Defense lawyers may be trying to show that even in her late teens, Ventura was relatively mature and possibly seeking out influential older men as she started her singing career. If Ryan Leslie was 10 years older than her and she was dating him and 17, 16, I mean, she was still a child. So that's interesting. Okay, all right. Um, that's what I have to say. All right, hold up. My robe is getting itchy there. Um, you said, no, thank you, Pino. Is it Pino, for being here? Y'all hit the like button, please, and thank you. Okay, let's see what, any updates? Nope. Okay, CNN has an update. Maybe. Why the prosecution asked Ventura about her civil lawsuit against Combs before the defense could today. Cassie testified yesterday during her direct examination that she and Sean Combs agreed to settle the civil lawsuit she filed against the music mogul in 2023 for $20 million. Hold up. No update. The defense just raised the subject again today, with attorney Ana Stevallo asking Ventura if she thought it would be fair to say Combs' career was ruined after the lawsuit became public. I could understand that, yeah. CNN legal analyst and former federal prosecutor Jennifer Rogers told CNN the prosecution would have seen this line of questioning coming, and there was a strategy behind bringing it up during direct examination yesterday before the defense cross-examined Ventura. Prosecutors always do what we call drawing the strings, so that if you know what's a good point for cross-examination, you always bring it out on direct so the jury isn't surprised that they don't think, or oh, prosecutors didn't tell us about this. So you're kind of signaling to the jury, we know about this, but we still believe our witness. Rogers said that Ventura told this story in her lawsuit and she got $20 million as a result of that story. That essentially is the same story that she's telling now. So what was her incentive in bringing it all in the first place? That's the point. That's the bias point. It's a really good point for them, Rogers said, adding that that she expects the defense to hit it hard. Ventura alleged in her lawsuit that Combs arred her in 2018. Okay, and subjected her to years of abuse. We don't have an update. Okay, we're still good. And subjected her to years of repeated physical and other abuses over the course of their relationship, which Combs denied. The civil suit is separate from Combs' ongoing federal criminal trial. Okay. Less than a minute ago. Let's go. No update yet. Damn, I'm like at my seat. Hurry up. I'm like at my seat. Hurry up. Let's go. Why are we need an update? What's going on? Just saying. Thank you, thank you. Hey, Pinche Becky. Hold up. You said Cassie was targeted by older men at 17 years old as a child, no matter how mature they are. You know what, Yanni? That's a good point. Like she was dating. I didn't know Ryan Leslie was 10 years older than her. He wasn't even her age. So, like, I'm sorry, y'all gonna hate me for saying this, but where are the parentals in this? Back then. Okay, 17 seconds ago. Here we go. Okay. Defense. This is from 2012. You say, Mr. Combs, I'm horny and bored. This was after a freak off, right? There are a lot of texts here. There are a lot for texts here. Said to be 25 pages. Where will defense exhibits how do you say that? Enter into defense availability? Hold up. Let me look this word up so I understand what it means. And I want to say it correctly. What does that say? Ostensibly? Oh, okay. Yeah. Where will defense exhibits ostensibly enter into evidence be available? Okay. This is from July. This is what defense says. This is from July 2012. You say, Mr. Combs, I'm horny and bored. This was after a freak off, right? There are a lot for texts here. Said to be 25 pages. Where will defense exhibits ostensibly enter into evidence be available? Here it is, 19 seconds. Okay. Government interjects. I would ask that the witness be allowed to read the entire document. The judge then asks, how many pages? Defense says 8. Government then says, we don't have a copy for the witness. Defense, we'll show it on the screen, but not in the public gallery. Okay, so they're kind of going back and forth about what they're going to have her read these messages. Okay, and the government is like, well, if you're going to have her read them all, I guess. Like, that's what you have to do. But they don't have a copy for her to read, so they're going to try to show it on the screen, but they can't really show it to everybody else, right? Because they're not for the public. So yeah, keep that in mind. What do you guys think so far? Oh man. Okay, now CNN has an update for us. Let me go ahead and read that real quick. Hold up. Okay. Ventura says she and Combs had conversations about swingers lifestyle. Cassie confirmed that she and her then boyfriend Sean Combs had conversations about swinger lifestyles, and eventually she saw it in person at the sex clubs they went to. Defense attorney asked if the freak-offs were related to the swingers lifestyle. Related in sexual ways, yeah, but they're very different. That's what she said. I don't know if we'll see the messages in the transcripts. I hope so, if they read them out, but that is a lot. That's what I got to say about that. Hold up. I'm trying to see if there's an update on the other sources. No. And why posts? I know that's the one that I did I just read that? Okay, here we go. Before the defense could enter into evidence a set of communications between Cassie and Sean, Cassie reviewed them thoroughly on paper first from the witness stand. They were emails, text messages, and photos from their relationship. Okay. Man, oh man, oh man. I think we need a couple of hits of the gavel and an order in the court. We will. Y'all need to wake up. Wake up. No update on CNN yet. I just read CNN. Hold up. Let me see real quick if we have Inner City Press. No, nothing. This is what CNN said. We just got an update. Ventura says she didn't want Combs staff to know about freak-offs. Cassie testified that she didn't remember any of Sean Diddy Combs' employees walking in while they were having a freak-off, and she says she never talked to any of his staff about them. Ventura says definitely didn't want his employees to know about them. Ventura said Combs' assistant would often set up the hotel rooms before a freak-off, and they would at times come in the hotel room while they were staying there, but she added she doesn't have a specific recollection of a staff member in the room when she was actively in freak-offs with Combs and an escort. Ventura acknowledged that she never told her friends about freak-offs. Okay, that was the update on that. She never told her friends about the freak offs. Thank you, Hardwood. Please tell them to hit the like button, please, and thank you. She had a lot of freak offs. Can you this is a horrible situation. Not even knowing how many people you've been with. You know what I mean? She said like dozens of freak offs. There's been so many. We don't have any updates yet. Somebody said, if she gonna read it out loud, what's the difference? Do it, make it if it's public in the public gallery. People really want a lot of this to be public information, which I don't blame anybody. Like, I get it. At the same time, the civil lawsuit that was supposed to be like private is now we understand how much they settled for. We know a lot of information actually. So yeah. No update yet. Let me see Washington Post. You said it make it public? I don't know. I struggle. I don't think I need to see a sex tape. I'll be honest with you. But if they're showing communication, I guess like text messages would be a little bit different. Okay. Washington Post has an update, but let me just refresh Inner City real quick. Okay. Washington Post says the defense confronts Cassie with the message she sent to Sean Combs about particularly enjoying the portion of freak offs where she had sex with the male escort. I like those times, Ventura wrote. I love when we make love after. The last time was so good. Messages like these could support the defense argument that Ventura consented to all of her sexual activities with Combs, including freak offs and group sex sessions that prosecutors contend she was coerced into. The defense might also suggest to the jury that Ventura changed her attitude about the freak offs when she saw an opportunity for a payday. Yesterday, Ventura testified that Combs paid her $20 million to drop a sexual assault lawsuit she filed in 2023, years after they broke up. The defense concedes that Combs physically abused Ventura on multiple occasions, but argued that he had not been charged with domestic violence and a violent relationship is not evident for the government's sex trafficking charges. I want to do a poll. No update yet. I want to do a poll real quick since we're all here. Hold up. Let me make sure I close this poll real quick. We are this is day 4. Okay. Day 4, we have started the Sandra Ventura cross-examination. I want to know if you guys feel like the government has a RICO case. Where are you at right now? So far, what we know so far, if you've been following this from the beginning, does the government have a RICO case? Does the government have a RICO case? We're going to say yes, RICO, and no. I'm not putting a middle answer. I'm not putting, this is just asking you if the government has a RICO case. I'm not putting an in-between answer. Okay. If you don't, you could say it's not a RICO case. You could say it's a DV case. You could say, you don't know, but I'm talking about a RICO case. Okay. A racketeering, trafficking type of crime. That's what he's being charged with. Okay. Does he have a RICO case? Let me know. Let me know. Go vote and hit the like button while you're voting, please. And thank you. Okay. Let me refresh this. I'm every time that they take so long to refresh, I almost feel like something's going on in the courtroom that we're not privy to. You said, okay, Adriana says, yep, they're laying out all the meticulous groundwork for it. You think that they're laying the foundation to it. Okay. All right. I'm reading comments. You said he needs to stay. That she needs to say that she had no control over her sex life. Everything she told what to do and had no control over her body. My friends, that's the piece that I think we're all of us are waiting for. Like, have you all heard Cassie? She said it, and maybe she said it earlier enough, and we'll have those transcripts and we could talk about that, okay? But I'm talking about, look, you can have opinions about Diddy all you want, but is this a RICO case? Is the government meeting their elements for this RICO case? That is the question. I'm still on the fence. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm still on the fence about whether this is a RICO case or not. But I'm waiting to figure out when they're gonna do this. What's the smoking gun here still? And it's kind of hard because we're not there, right? I bet if we're there, it'd be a little bit different. Hold up. Nope, nothing. Oh my God. Well, I think we're all in our seats. Come on. What is it? 10, 11, 12? What time did they break for lunch? Okay, 3 minutes ago. This is Washington Post. A lot of long pauses during testimony Thursday morning as the defense asked Cassie to review texts and emails going back at least 15 years, some of them dozens of pages long. So they're literally reviewing messages right now. They're reviewing messages and text messages. That's what they're doing. This is why it's taking forever to upload and update. Okay? We're already like 6 minutes from the last tweet. What do you guys think? Okay, I asked the question. We only have 87 votes. That is my question. Does the government has a RICO case? Excuse me, I put a typo in there. Does the government have a RICO case with Diddy? Is there a RICO case right here? Let me know in the chat what you guys think. Make sure you guys go vote. Let me see where we're at on these likes. Are the likes liking? Can we get to 500 likes, please? And thank you. I would appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Support the channel. Hit the like button, super chat, do all those beautiful things that you guys do to support creators like myself. Okay. No, no update. I think they're showing messages. This is why there's a bit of a delay right now. NBC News and NY Post saying Cassie tried to ruin Diddy. Oh my God, you're NBC. Diddy updates. 9 minutes ago, Cassie Ventura testified that she understood how filing her 2023 lawsuit accusing Combs of R and SA could ruin his career. Asked by defense lawyers what happened to Combs' career after she filed, Ventura responded, "That's a lot." Prosecutors objected to that question. Defense lawyers then rephrased, asking if she understood how the publicity surrounding the lawsuit ruined his career. I can understand that. Yeah, we kind of read that. Hold up. I wonder if she got like paid. Did she get her money already from that? Because doesn't that take like time to get back when you file a lawsuit like that? Okay. 10 seconds ago, we have an update. Let me just put this on pause real quick. Hit the like button, please, and thank you. Here's the update. Defense. You said Mr. Combs often put you down, but he also sent you encouragement and called you a queen, right? Yes. Okay, they have a sidebar. What would trigger Mr. Combs' incent calls to you? Lord have mercy. Let me make sure I'm pronouncing this correctly. Give me one sec, y'all. How come I can't say that? I feel like I've said it before. Incessant. There we go. Excuse me. What would trigger Mr. Combs' incessant calls to you? Cassie responds, anger, doubt about where I was. All right. So the defense asks, you said Mr. Combs often put you down, but he also sent you encouragement and called you a queen, right? Yes. There's a sidebar. What would trigger Mr. Combs' incessant calls to you? Anger, doubt about where I was. Control. I mean, there's a lot different things here. Control. Steeler Princess says reasonable doubt will get him off. Hope the government has a lot more evidence. That's what I'm thinking. There has to be more evidence than this. I guess we'll see. We don't have those text messages. We'll see. Hold up. What is CNN saying? Okay, wait, we have an update. 50 seconds ago. The defense. If he suspected you of cheating, he'd call you incessantly. That was one of the reasons. Because he thought, objection. That's the same. Okay. Okay. If he suspected you of cheating, he'd call you insensately. That was one of the reasons, because he thought objection, that's sustained. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Why should she care about ruining his career if he had raped and abused? Who the F cares about his career at this point? I mean, I don't know. I think they're just pulling everything out, Phoenix Book Girl. Um, they're trying to give motive, I think, of like saying, well, she's an opportunist. Because if you hear the opening statements from the defense side, that's what it sounds like. I wonder why Teeny is not doing the questioning. They have 8 lawyers. I'm sure that they all kind of rotated. You know what I mean? Like one handles this. Teeny Garagos did the opening. By the way, Teeny Garagos, I think, was an interesting opening statement. We didn't get the actual opening statement from kind of reading what everybody else says. I'm telling you, the opening statement is a lot longer, even longer than the prosecution's opening statement. You'll be amazed to hear what the opening statement said. I mean, I went to bed thinking about it. I said, oh man, this is interesting. And I will be releasing that video. Make sure you guys are like, your notifications are on all. Make sure we have a playlist now with Diddy. So I'm going to put it, if you're a member of the channel, I'm going to give you guys know, I always give you an update when there is a live or a pre-recorded video that's going to be dropping. And that opening statements took me almost 2 hours to record. And I got 30 minutes left of editing of it. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Let's see. Just got here. Hi, Morgan. How are you? Okay. Nothing yet. All right. Let me see. The New York Times has an update. The defense asked Cassandra Ventura about her testimony that Sean Combs would sometimes call her insensately. I can never say that word. Anastavio, the defense lawyer, asked if those calls were triggered by fears of infidelity, a main theme of the defense. That's one of the reasons, Ventura replied. Opening statements actually does go into the defense of, like, they basically introduce jealousy, not just from Cassie, jealousy from the Jane Doe that's also going to be testifying. Cassie is a one of many witnesses, by the way. For those that don't know, there's going to be many witnesses here, and they're really wanting to get done. I remember reading the transcripts. They're hoping to get done by July 4th. So that's a schedule. By July 4th, they want to send people out and be done. And they don't project that this is going to take longer than that, but you just never know, man. This trial, we're only week 2. Week 1 was the jury selection. Week 2, it's already like what like we're learning different things that some of us did not know. Harwood, you think that Adi's going to testify? How about, do you guys think that Albie Shore is going to testify? Albie Shore said in a Fox News thingy that he had received a subpoena. The question is he going to testify? Okay, here we go. I think we have an update. 6 seconds ago, the defense, do you believe Mr. Combs has good taste? I think he does. He's had an impact on fashion. People liked his style, Sean John. Did you consult with him on your look? Sometimes I got advice I didn't ask for. Okay. All right. Do you believe Mr. Combs has good taste? I think he does. He's had an impact on fashion. This is a question that defense is asking. People liked his style, Sean John. Did you consult with him on your look? Sometimes I got advice I didn't ask for. I would say, and this is just my opinion, y'all. But one thing that Diddy did very well in the industry is it wasn't just the music. Like, he would focus on fashion. Especially with J-Lo, right? Like, I feel like he might have not given her the name J-Lo, but he definitely introduced her to circles. I mean, a lot of where J-Lo's career is at is because of Diddy. So the fashion, the Versace dresses, all this other stuff is very much from the um from Diddy specifically, right? A lot of this is from Diddy. His image, his laying out the foundation of her look and stuff like that. So I definitely believe that he had an impact on fashion. And Sean John was like the brand. That was the brand. People are asking, what does that have anything to do with it? Power and control. She's over here saying, Cassie's saying that like she didn't really have a say. Sometimes I got advice I didn't ask for, right? Like on what to look, how to look. She didn't ask for that advice. But that's part of like the industry, if you know what I mean. Like you get to be told what to wear, what to look. Sometimes you might have to promote a brand that you wouldn't typically promote, but because they're, sponsoring X, Y, and Z, you're having to promote it, right? But Sean John was the brand. I mean, I remember that was like had everybody wearing Sean John. Everybody. I don't even know if you can find a shirt anymore. There might be some. Thank you, Gloria. Thank you. Okay, let me look at the poll. Let's see. Do we have an update before I do that? No. Do we have an update from CNN? We have an update. Let's see what CNN is saying. Less than a minute ago, Combs would call insensately if she didn't pick up her phone, Ventura says. Cassie Ventura confirmed her previous testimony that Sean Diddy Combs would frequently call her insensibly if she didn't answer the phone. She said that there was a million things that could trigger this, and she gave an example of not telling him where she was. Defense attorney Anna asked why she thought Combs was concerned about this. I think because he would assume I was cheating, she testified, but added that he would call her for other reasons too. Okay. New York Times has an update, but hold up. Let me make sure because I just heard my phone buzz. Okay, 21 seconds. Cassie had said, sometimes I got advice I didn't ask for. Defense. He still ran his companies even while having all these freak-offs, right? He did. Was he addicted to? Cassie says success and laughs. What substance? Opioids? Yes, he told me, and I saw it. Okay? Hold up. He still ran his companies even while having all these freak-offs, right? He did. What was he addicted to? Success. Cassie laughs. What substances? Opioids? Yes, he told me, and I saw it. Okay. I'm gonna tell you guys something that I feel like is happening here. I think they're waiting for her to slip up on something. The defense does not deny that he was not a drug addict. If anything, they say that he was in the opening statements. Hold up, I got to get to the newer comments. The defense does not deny the drug addiction, just so people are aware. You know what I mean? They're not. Do you think they will have Diddy's sons testify? That's a great question. Let me see. I'm looking at the chat. The only reason he wasn't able to control Jen was because she came in with a good amount of success due to the movie Selena. So he knew that she was on the rise with or without him. That's a good point on J-Lo too, right? That she didn't really need him like that because J-Lo had the support initially of the Latino community. She really did up until she forgot who she was. Okay. She's only Jenny from the block when it suits her. Okay. You said you think that they want. Okay, hold up. Let me see. We have a little bit of an update on New York Times, but let me read this comment. I think they want her to slip and say something so they can insert something to evidence. Kind of how Amber did with Moss in that trial. So you guys watched the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp trial, right? You think I think Cassie's doing well. I'll say that much. All right, hold up. Let me read the New York Times. Cassie Ventura was asked about her testimony that Sean Combs frequently weighed in on her appearance, including her hair, her clothing, and her body piercings. In her direct testimony, Ventura framed that as one of many ways that Combs exerted control over her life. In its questioning, the defense seemed to be suggesting that this aesthetic feedback could have stemmed more from Combs' role as a fashion executive, someone with outsized cultural influence. Many people respected his perspective in this regard. This is what the lawyer said. From my perspective, yes. Interesting. Um, you said that's true. Not her music career. She didn't get the cred she needed until she got with them. That is regarding Jay. You're right. That is 1000% right there. Um, First of all, let's be very clear. J-Lo didn't sing any of the Selena songs. J-Lo can't sing what Selena, the notes that Selena could sing. Hell, Selena could sing you and then dance. So, J-Lo, yeah, no. I agree with that. And so then when she moved on to the arena where she was going, the hip hop and R&B and all this stuff, yeah, she used other people to help her with those vocals and didn't really credit a lot of people. So yeah, J-Lo taps in when it suits her. It's true. It's even in the Latino community. She does it to the Latino community. She doesn't sing her songs. That's it. And she stole from a lot of artists. Yeah, that's what I gotta say about that. People spoke on that too. I don't think I'm saying anything that people don't already know. Okay. Update. What substances? Opioids. Cassie then says, yes, he told me and I saw it. For the defense, did Mr. Combs' mood depend on whether or not he was withdrawing from opioids? He was more irritable, I would say. What other drugs was Mr. Combs addicted to? Objection. No foundation. I'll ask if I want the grounds. That's what the judge says. I'll ask if I want the grounds. Hold up. Let's go back a little bit. So when she starts laughing, Cassie, about kind of like him being addicted to success. What substance? Opioids? Yes, he told me and I saw it. Did Mr. Combs' mood depend on whether or not he was withdrawing from opioids? He was more irritable, I would say. What other drugs was Mr. Combs addicted to? Objection? No foundation? I'll ask if I want the grounds. Okay. Refresh this. CNN has an update for us. Ventura details the influence Mr. Combs had on her physical appearance. Did I read this already? While she was being questioned by prosecutors, Cassie testified that Sean had a strong opinion about her physical appearance. Yeah, I did read that. I don't know why it says it's new. Let me refresh. The defense asked Cassie Ventura about Sean's drug use, which she testified was a central element of the freak-offs. Ventura agreed that Combs was at one point an addict, testifying that he often took opioids, as she did. She said that multiple times she witnessed him go through opioid withdrawals, which caused him to be more irritable. The defense has attributed Combs' physical violence to two main things: drug use and jealousy. Okay. Let me also say this. Don't forget that when he was arrested, I don't know if he was under the influence, but I believe he had done drugs. And so then when he was appearing in court, people were saying that he looked like he was going through like withdrawals and stuff like that because he had done so much stuff. And by the way, for those that think that you can't get any drugs behind bars, I mean, yes, you can. Honestly, you can. Let's see. I would love to hear Ariana's imitate Selena, because that bee had a voice. Selena hit some notes and gave some goosebumps. Yep, she sure did. By the way, there's going to be a new documentary. The documentary that was showed at Sundance, which is the one that I watched, and then they shut off because people were copywriting, doing different things and uploading shit. They ruined it. That's going to be on Netflix. I think Netflix paid. So that I don't know when that's coming out, but that should be interesting. Okay. Nothing. No updates. Let's see. What time is it? We need a break. I need to go to the potty and everything. I need to get some food too. Combs needed to be constantly updated about Cassie Ventura's whereabouts, perhaps concerned that she was stepping out on their relationship. When asked what would trigger the spike to telephone calls, it would be for another number of reasons. Could be anything from not telling him where I was, angry about me, could be anything. Maybe he assumed I was cheating. I don't know. Okay. What time is it over there? It's at 1 that they do the Yes, I said potty. My bad. Okay, my bad. How was that TMI? You cannot, Vicky. You see what we're talking about? What are we talking about? We have crossed the lines from TMI at this point. You see what we're covering? I'm sorry. Am I like we are beyond TMI at this point. We're talking about all kinds of things at this point. Don't ever. We are beyond TMI. I know the potty. We're talking about astroglides and stuff like that, and the potty took everybody out over the edge. No, y'all are in the wrong courtroom. I know I say potty. Y'all, I wouldn't be saying potty if I didn't have a young child. Clearly. Literally. Yeah, y'all are out of order. Let me wake it up. Yes. You guys are doing too much. Thank you. I cannot believe I said potty, and then we've been talking about astroguides and nipples and all this kind of BS. And
Kirkland, you are out of order. You're out of order. You're out of order. The whole trial is out of order. They're out of order.
Oh my God. Hold up. Gladys, I heard that this was a thing. They thought that Diddy didn't even wash his hands when he had to go to the bathroom. I know. Smack that gavel. I could say potty when we're talking about astroglides and all kinds of crazy ass shit. That's the most appropriate thing I've said so far. Okay. All right, here we go. 7 seconds in. Oh my God, my face hurts. Okay. What other drugs was Mr. Combs addicted to? Objection. This is what the government said. No foundation. I'll ask if I want the grounds. Sustain. Rephrase. The judge says. What was his drug of choice? Ecstasy, MDMA, opioids daily? When he was doing them, you saw him withdraw? Yes. So this is kind of my question about this. All right. Let me just say this. I wonder if the reason why the defense is bringing this up about the withdrawals is because in the opening statements, they made a really good point to say, like, he had a horrible temper. So kind of like shifting blame a little bit to like, is it possible that he was going into these outrages or whatever when he was going through withdrawals? Can you really hold a man accountable for things that he was doing when he's in addiction? I'm just saying this out loud. I'm thinking out loud that this might be the thing that is going to be brought up. If you know what I mean. Like, can you really hold Diddy accountable when he's in addiction? Okay, less than a minute ago, court is taking a break for lunch. Court is breaking for lunch now. Testimony is set to resume at 1 p.m. Wow. So they get a long lunch? Because it's only 12:30 over there, right? There it is. Okay, let's see what inner city press is, because inner city press will capture things there. Yeah, I mean, you're supposed to hold people accountable even in addiction, but I'm letting you guys know that I could see a situation where they're like, well, can you really hold them accountable? I'm wondering how this is going to go, but I think that's what they're going to do. And drug addiction does not excuse you from criminal behavior. LOL. Lots of drug addicts are in prison. That's right. I was thinking about this too. While we're getting more updates here, I was thinking about how I don't even think you can compare this case to R. Kelly whatsoever. Um, at all, actually. And that's what I've just, in the little bit that I've kind of read and here and there and been here with you guys, I don't think you can make a comparison to R. Kelly. And that's what I'm saying, Becky, withdrawals don't make you a monster. I think that this is where they're going to go. Thank you. Just like ignorance, the law does not absolve you. I don't think this is a comparison. I think that there's going to be, I don't know. It just hit me the other day. I think it's very different than the other cases in Rico, right? So, you know who I do think it's comparable to, if this man ever had a case, was Hugh Hefner. Hugh Hefner should have been charged before he died. Honestly, he should have been charged before he died, and he never was. Should have been. He never was. Okay, minute ago, we'll break. Jury leaves, witness leaves. Mrs. Stavio, where are we in your cross? We have a lot of exhibits. Let me confer over lunch. Judge, non-responsive. Will you finish today or early tomorrow? To the end of tomorrow. Okay. So that is what we have. Now, y'all, I have to get something to eat, but this is what I want to do. I did start was it yesterday's live? It was yesterday's live. For those that missed it, I'm going to get us right to that timestamp. We actually started the opening statements and the transcripts and everything. So while I get something to eat, I'm going to leave this playing. Okay. So if you, this is where we started on the transcripts. If you have not watched, if you don't know anything about what's going on with the transcripts, this is the best place to start. But I got to get something to eat and I'll be back and forth. Okay. And I got to check on stuff and everything. Let me play this. Okay. This was from yesterday. I'm in court. Y'all see, I'm outside. You see this busy street? I am right there. Yes, I'm right over there, somewhere over there, next to that camera with the guy with the glasses. Okay. Let me stop sharing this. Let's get into this. Share screen. Here it is. So let's get it together. I won't be watching the chat too much, but do me a favor and hit that like button. I would really appreciate it. Okay. All right. So here are the official transcripts for the court. Started at May 12th at 9:18 a.m. They entered their appearances. Okay. And everybody is present. Agnifilo, all the attorneys, all of them. Hold on. Maybe we should read. For the United States, Madison Sminer, Emily Johnson, Maureen Comey, Meredith Foster, Mitzi Steiner, Mary Slavic. Okay. For the defense, Agnifilo, Mark Agnifilo, Tini Garagos, Sher Tremont, Anna Estevallo, and Alexander Shapiro, Jason Discol, Xavier Donaldson, Brian Steele. So that is a total for Diddy's got 1, 2, let's see, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 attorneys total. They're on the record. Okay. Also present is Linda Moreno, defense jury consultant. So they hired a consultant for the defense, just so everybody's aware. All right. They're in the robing room. Okay. This is where it starts. This is Mr. Agnifilo. Listen to what he says. One thing on the record, the court's record, I'm happy to do it on the record. I'm going to ask that victim number 1, when she testifies, be already in the jury box when the jury comes in. Only ask to her, only because of her physical condition. I mean, there are certain things we can't control about a juror who is 8.5 months pregnant. But I think there is a quality to her walking in front of the jury that I think is easily avoidable. I'm not making an application for any of the other witnesses. The court, who is the judge, says, wait, let me make sure I understand. Agnifilo responds, yes. Miss Comey, who is the government? Miss Comey, who is your first witness? Miss Comey responds, first witness is Israel Flores. Okay. The court responds, that's what I thought. When did we get to the third witness, which is Miss Ventura? Okay. No, this is important to note. Okay. Miss Comey responds, correct, Your Honor. The court then says, when we get to our third witness, just for purposes of that witness, Agnifilo says yes. The court then says, you would like her to be already sitting in the witness box? Agnifilo responds, yes. Court then says, when the jury comes in, Agnifilo responds, correct. The court then says, all right, let me think about that. Ms. Comey then says, Your Honor, we would object. If Your Honor is considering it, I would like to be heard on that. I don't think there's any basis to treat any witness differently because of a medical condition, most notably pregnancy. I think that would be deeply inappropriate. Mr. Agnifilo jumps in. I can make the application. It doesn't have to be done now. It can be done before she testifies. Anytime good for the court? The court responds, I'll think about it. Ms. Comey makes the point. We wouldn't treat people differently based on any other sorts of medical conditions or physical impairment or any other attribute, right? Why would we treat this differently? Agnifilo responds, because I think there is a prejudicial quality. Pregnancy is beautiful and wonderful. It also is a source of potential sympathy. Agnifilo didn't want her up there. Y'all see that this is why the transcripts are so important. Y'all see that? Agnifilo did not want a pregnant Cassie walking along. He wanted her to be sitting before the jury got there. Y'all see, this is why the transcripts are very important. This is stuff that other people, journalists, are not catching. Y'all catch it? Let me know. Okay, I don't know why I brought the rabbit. It's a cute rabbit. Okay, great. I'm gonna have to edit this out. Baby K44, thank you so much for the 199, my love. Shout out to you. Thank you. Thank you, baby K. I appreciate it. You caught that? All right. Yes, we about to get every ugly court detail. Okay. This is why they're important. You said, this is why I said, what did I say? What did I call him? I forgot. What did I say? Agnifa fucking do something. I forgot how I put the F word in his name. Y'all help me in the chat. I forgot how I did it. I really did forget how I did it. So for those that were saying that she was going to be due that week, no, she's 8.5 months pregnant. Cassie is 8.5 months pregnant. People were guessing her pregnancy. It's on the transcripts. Well, at least this is what Agnifilo says. I'll put that out there. We don't know if she's actually pregnant, okay? But that's what she says. That Ellen, thank you for being here. Thank you, Didi's laughing. I forgot what I said. I have to listen to this recording. I can't remember how I put the F word on Agnifilo's name, but I put it in there. All right. Okay, so Agnifilo says, because I think there's a prejudicial quality, pregnancy is beautiful and wonderful. It also is a source of potential sympathy. The court responds, they're going to see the witness. Agnifilo says, 100%. The court then says, aren't they also going to see the witness leaving the stand? What are you trying to achieve? Agnifilo says, well, so in past trials, and each trial is different, I've certainly had situations where the jury was excused before the witness either sat or left the witness stand. And I would make that application for all the witnesses, except I think it makes a certain except I think it takes a certain little bit more time. So I wasn't going to do that in the interest of time. I've always preferred the procedure where the witness is seated when then the jury comes in. I've probably had most of my trials with that as the process. The court then says, well, the court does that too when it fosters efficiency. I'm sure we will actually do that at this trial. But you're making a different application. You're saying we will, in fact, have the witness seated whenever the jury comes in, and there's an objection to that, and it's a fair one that I don't know that there is any support anywhere in the history of American jurisprudence. You can find that for me. You've got time. I've heard the objection. I tend to agree with it. However, you've got until the afternoon because this isn't going to happen. If it happens today at all, I think you've got some time. If you have any support for that, I'm happy to take a look at it. Okay, so the judge is saying, like, listen, it doesn't happen anywhere, but if it does happen, or if it might, I don't know. But if we have time, we'll look at it. And I'm sure you got plenty of people there that could probably help you with that, right? One way or another. This is crazy, y'all. He said, Rabbit, you're going to turn 10 shades of red reading. Literally. I cannot. They didn't want us, the defense didn't want people to see her pregnant because they felt like it was sympathy. What do you guys think about that? Let me know. All right, the deputy clerk, Your Honor, can we go off the record? Okay, they're in recess. Now it's open court. The court, which is, I believe, the judge. Mr. Courtroom Deputy, are we prepared to proceed? The deputy clerk answers, yes, Your Honor. I will check on them right now. Ms. Shapiro has something to say. Your Honor, I'm sorry. Can I just put one thing on the record? The court responds, yes. Ms. Shapiro says, we just want to note, to supplement the Batson application, which we understand Your Honor has denied, that in addition to the points Mr. Agnifilo made, that two of the Black individuals the government struck, number 161 and 163, were the only two Black men in the first 28. This is a huge deal when we talked about it earlier in jury selection. The court then says, all right. Ms. Comey responds, Your Honor, I don't think that's right. In the first 28, Ms. Shapiro then says, in the first 28. That's the court then says, that's what Comey interjects and says, I don't think that's right. And if I can correct the record, juror number 184, who is on the jury, I believe, is a Black man. The court then says, well, I think we have the government's response. Ms. Comey, do you have anything further in response to Ms. Shapiro's submission? Ms. Comey says, Your Honor, I would want the record to also reflect that there were other men who weren't non-white men also seated on the jury. I think I note that, but given, Ms. Shapiro interjects, I don't think that's correct. But then the court interjects and says, all right, I understand that you've got supplement the record. Ms. Comey has responded and the Batson application continues to be denied. Okay. So let me go back a little bit to that because I remember, see if we can find something quick on that. Okay. So the Batson challenge refers to the act of objecting to the validity of a preemptory challenge on grounds that the other party used it to exclude potential jurors based on race, ethnicity, or sex. The results of a successful Batson challenge differs, but generally it may be a new trial. Okay, so judge is saying no on that, completely denied. Okay, all right. Hold up. So the judge says Ms. Comey has responded and the Batson application continues to be denied. So with that, at this point, Mr. Courtroom Deputy, are we prepared to bring in the jury? The deputy clerk responds, yes, Your Honor. The court then says, all right, let's bring in the jury. Okay, so jury's directed to be seated. The deputy clerk says, Your Honor, I'll confirm that I have the jurors seated in the correct position. Are you juror number 2? Juror number 2 answers yes. Are you juror number 5? Yes. Are you juror number 25? Yes. Are you juror number 55? Yes. Are you juror number 58? Yes. Are you juror number 75? Yes. Are you juror number 116? Yes. Oh, excuse me. There's no yes there, but the clerk says thank you. Okay. Are you juror number 160? Yes. Are you juror number 184? No response. Are you juror number 201? Correct. Are you juror number 217? Yes. Okay, proceeding to the last row. Are you juror number 230? Yes. Are you juror number 234? Yes. Are you juror number 292? That is why we do this. Are you juror number 292? Yes. Something happened there and they had to be told that, are you this juror? The deputy clerk says, great, thank you. Are you juror number 321? Yes. Are you juror number 330? Yes. Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. Court starts. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for bearing with us through the jury selection process. Welcome back to the United States District Court of the Southern District of New York. As you were told when you were here for jury selection, I am Aram Samaranian, and I will be presiding over the trial in this case, United States of America versus Sean Combs. Trial will begin shortly with opening statements. We will sit every weekday until trial is over, with the exception of court holidays. Our anticipated schedule had not changed since I last spoke to you, the attorneys, and I expect this trial to be over before July 4th. Obviously, it is possible that the trial could go longer, but I don't expect that it will. Every day this week, we will be here from 9:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. After this week, we will go from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. each day, and we will try to make your trial experience as smooth and pleasant and as possible. There's a typo there. If any issues come up, please contact the courtroom deputy. A light breakfast will be available for every trial day in the jury room at 8:30. And I encourage you to arrive early so as to not delay the other jurors and participants in this trial. We will take a shorter than usual break for lunch. I'm anticipating about 30 minutes, but we will have lunch provided for you in the jury room, so you don't need to leave the courthouse and take the additional time. Now, the reason why we will have one shorter break in the middle of the day is so that you can leave earlier most days. That is the point. so that you can have more time to attend to the things you need to do in life while we're conducting the trial. Of course, if you need a break during the proceedings of any urgent personal reasons, you should let the courtroom deputy know. But I will make every effort to move this trial along promptly and make efficient use of your time. Now, the names and identities of the jurors are known to the court and both parties, who will keep your names and identities in confidence. In order to protect your privacy, that personal information about you will not be disclosed to the public. This is in no way unusual. It is a common practice followed in many cases in the federal court that is being followed here in this case. The courtroom deputy will now swear in the jury. Is there anyone in the jury who does not swear on an oath but affirm? Put your hands down for a minute. Is there anyone who does not take an oath? You can raise your hands again. A jury of 12 jurors and 6 alternates were impaneled and sworn. All right. All right. How we doing? Okay. No worries. You got time to catch up. We got some time. Okay. Shout out to everybody that's here. Okay. Here we go. The court says, now, members of the jury, now that you have been sworn, I will give you some preliminary instructions to guide you in your participation in this trial. To begin with, you are here to administer justice in this case according to the law and evidence. You are to perform this task with complete fairness and impartiality and without bias, prejudice, or sympathy for or against any of the parties. It will be your duty to find from the evidence what the facts are. You and you alone will be the judges of the facts. You will then have to apply those facts to the law as the court will give it to you. You must follow the law whether you agree with it or not. Nothing that I say or do during the trial is intended to indicate or should be taken by you as an indicating that your verdict should be. The evidence from which you will find the facts will consist of testimony of witnesses, documents, and other things received into the records as exhibits, as well as any facts that the parties agree to or stipulate to that the court may instruct you to find. Certain things are not evidence and must not be considered by you. I will list them for you now. First, statements, arguments, and questions by lawyers are not evidence, nor are my own statements to you. Only the answers given by the witnesses and the documents admitted as exhibits are evidence. Okay. Second, objections to questions are not evidence. The lawyers have an obligation to their clients to make an objection when they believe evidence being offered is improper under the rules of evidence. You should not be influenced by the court's ruling on an objection. And if the objection is sustained, ignore the question. If it is ruled, treat the answer like any other. If you're instructed that some items of evidence is received for a limited purpose only, you must follow that instruction. Third, testimony that the court has excluded or told you to disregard is not evidence and may not be considered. Finally, anything you may have seen or heard outside of the courtroom is not evidence and must be disregarded. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence presented here in this courtroom. When you are determining the facts, keep in mind that there are 2 kinds of evidence: direct and circumstantial. Direct evidence is direct proof of a fact, such as the testimony of an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is proof of facts from which you may infer or conclude that other facts exist. The word infer or expression to draw an inference means to find that a fact exists from proof of another fact. An inference is to be drawn only if it is logical and reasonable to do so, not by speculation or guesswork. In deciding whether to draw an inference, you must look at and consider all the facts in light of reason, common sense, and experience. Whether a given inference is or is not to be drawn is entirely a matter for you, the jury, to decide. Circumstantial evidence does not necessarily prove less than direct evidence, nor does it necessarily prove more. Here's an example to help you think about the differences between direct and circumstantial evidence. Assume that when you came into the courthouse this morning, the sun was shining as it is outside, and it was a nice day outdoors. Also assume that the courtroom blinds were drawn and you could not look outside. Assume further that as you're sitting here, someone walked in with an umbrella that was dripping wet. And then a few moments later, someone else walked in with a raincoat that was also dripping wet. Now, because you could not look outside the courtroom, you couldn't see whether it was raining. And because no witnesses has testified that it is raining, you would have no direct evidence of the fact that it was raining. But on the combination of facts that I have asked you to assume, it would be reasonable and logical for you to conclude that it was, in fact, raining. That is all there is to circumstantial evidence. Ooh-wee. Damn. Thank you, Sylvia. Please hit that like button. Where are we at with the likes? Let me see. Hold on. Let me double check on those likes, please, and thank you. 121 likes. How many people we got here? 180. Can we get like an additional, I don't know, 40 likes, please, and thank you. I appreciate it. This is, I feel like I've heard this, like I said, I did jury duty before, so I've heard this explanation. This is why, I'm sorry, I know y'all think that court is crazy. I love court. Court is fascinating to me. But anyways, let's keep going. You infer on the basis of reason and experience and common sense for one established fact, the existence or non-existence of some other facts. I'll give you further instructions on here, as well as other matters at the end of the case, but keep in mind that you may consider both kinds of evidence. Now, one of your most important tasks as jurors is to evaluate the credibility of a witness. Evaluate the credibility of the witnesses who will testify before you. This is how truthful and believable they are. Listen carefully as each witness testifies during both direct and cross-examination, and consider whether the witness is telling the truth. It will be up to you to decide which witness to believe, which witnesses not to believe, and how much of any witness testimony to accept or reject. Now, how do you decide what to believe and what not to believe? You are to listen to the witnesses and observe their testimony, and then decide as you would decide such questions in your life. Did they know what they were talking about? Were they candid, honest, open, and truthful? Did they have a reason to falsify, exaggerate, or distort their testimony? Sometimes it is not what a witness says, but how he or she says it that may give you a clue as to whether or not to accept that witness's versions of an incident or an event as credible or believable. In short, the way a witness testifies may play an important part in your reaching a judgment as to whether or not you can accept the witness testimony as reliable. You may hear from law enforcement officials in this case. The fact that a witness may be employed as a law enforcement official does not mean that his or her testimony is deserving of greater or lesser weight than that of an ordinary witness. You may also hear from two witnesses testifying using pseudonyms, that is, not using their real names. The government, the defense, the court, and you, the jury, will know their real names. But the names will not be used in open court solely to protect the privacy of these individuals from disclosures to persons who are not party to this case. The fact that a witness is testifying using a pseudonym does not mean that his or her testimony is deserving of greater or lesser weight than that of any other witness. Now, a few words about your conduct as jurors. I gave each of you the following instructions when you were here for jury selection last week, but I will repeat the instructions now because they are extremely important and I'm counting on each and every one of you to follow them. First, during the trial, you are not to discuss the case with anyone, nor are you to permit anyone to discuss it with you. This includes posting anything on the internet about this case, whether it be on Instagram, Facebook, X, or any social media platform or website. Until you retire to the jury room and at the end of the case to deliberate, you simply are not to talk about this case with anyone, including your spouse or partner, family, or close friend. Do not even discuss the case with each other until you begin your actual deliberations at the end of the trial. Second, please do not, while you're serving as jurors in this trial, have any conversations with the parties, the attorneys, or any witnesses in this case, whether in the courtroom, in the hallways, in the elevators, outside, and anywhere else. I mean, not only to avoid talking about the case, do not talk at all, even to say good morning or to acknowledge any of these people. Can't say good morning or hello or anything. Don't. Okay? This people are aware, okay? Yes. Oh my God, Nancy Johns, thank you so much for the $9.99. Appreciate your hard work to bring us to court the information. I'm gonna go to bed as soon as I'm done here. I'm just letting y'all know, okay? Sylvia, don't get kicked out of court now, my friend. Don't get kicked out of court. Thank you. Yeah, this new name says, oh my God, I'm confused. It's Rabbit talking, but not in real time. No. So for those that missed the video yesterday, we did a recap of what happened the day before, or that day, the end of the hearing, and then we started a little bit of the transcript reading. So yeah, this is me, but I sped myself up. I love it when I'm like at 1.25 or 1.25, 2.5 or whatever. I like speeding myself up a little bit because I acknowledge I can talk very slow, and I don't even like I speed myself up. So if y'all ever watch me on 2 point whatever or 1 point whatever, let me know because I definitely agree with that statement. Nancy Johns, thank you. I appreciate it. Sylvia's like, hurry up, judge. The judge has to say all this. Yeah, you don't talk about the Fight Club. You don't. You don't. Oh my God, Abraham, thank you again. Shout out to Abraham as well, y'all. Abraham. Many of you guys made it happen today. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's keep going. Y'all are crazy in this chat. I can't even look at the chat. I gotta read the script. All right. Okay. Don't acknowledge the people. Someone seeing a juror in conversation with a party lawyer or witness might think that something improper was being discussed. To avoid even the appearance of impropriety, avoid any such contact or conversation. I can tell you that when the parties, witnesses, and lawyers pass you in the halls without even acknowledging your presence, they do not mean to be rude. They're simply following my orders because I have ordered them not to talk to you. All right. Now, we get on that different print here. The court further continues, or the judge. Now, third, do not read or listen to anything outside the courtroom that relates to this case in any way. You are not allowed, you are not to allow anyone to speak to you about this case. If you are approached by anyone to speak about it, politely but firmly tell them that the judge has directed you not to do so, because I'm ordering you not to do so. If any person seeks to contact you about this case, you are required to report the incident promptly to me by sending me a note through my courtroom deputy or through the jury office. Also, be sure that I am informed if any person that you know comes into the courtroom. This is a public trial, so it could happen. But it is important that you do not hear. But it is important that you do not hear from them what may have happened in the courtroom while the jury was not present. Okay. If you should see a friend or a relative come into the courtroom, please send them a note through the deputy at your first opportunity. Fourth, do not try to do any research or make any independent investigation about the case or the issues brought up by this court. Do not go on the internet tonight and research any matters related to this case. Do not call up lawyer friends and ask them about the type of matters at issue here. Fifth, I know many of you use cell phones, laptops, social media, the internet, and other tools of technology. You all do. You must not use these tools to communicate electronically with anyone about the case. This includes your family and friends. You may not communicate with anyone about the case on technology devices, including through email, text messaging, or any social media sites, websites. And finally, do not form any opinion until all the evidence is in. A case can only be presented step by step, witness by witness, until all the evidence is before you. Keep an open mind until you start your deliberations at the end of this case. Now, you are permitted to take notes during this trial. The court deputy has given each of you a notepad and a pen. Please write your name on the or your juror number, on the cover of the pad. Do not write your name, just the number. If you do take notes, please do so only on these pads. Remember that any notes you take are for your use only, and they are to be used only as an aid to your memory controls. If you do not take notes, be careful not to get so involved in taking notes that you are not listening to the evidence. Once you are in your deliberations, if there is a disagreement between one juror's notes and another juror's notes, or between one juror's notes and another juror's recollection, you can ask to have the court reporter read back the testimony or to have that portion of the transcript sent to you. For it is the official court transcript that controls, not any particular juror's notes. During the course of the trial, exhibits will be received into evidence. They will be marked by an exhibit number. If there's an exhibit that you are interested in seeing during your deliberations, or you think you might be interested, just write down the exhibit number. At the end of the trial, as you begin your deliberations, we will provide each of you with a list of all the witnesses who testified, as well as a list of all the exhibits that have been received into evidence. This will be a lengthy trial with many exhibits and witnesses, but please do not hesitate to request as much material as you will need when you are in your deliberations. We will now begin the trial. Oof, about time. About time. Repeat after me. All right, let's do this all over again. My goodness. Did y'all hit the like button, please? And thank you. Okay, I got a couple minutes. We're going to try our best to get as much as we can, okay? We will now begin the trial. As I told you earlier, the trial is expected to be done in 8 weeks. This week, we will begin each day at 9:30. Please be on time. To help ensure we start on time, please be in the jury room at 9:15 a.m. at the latest so that we can begin without delaying. Starting next week, when we begin at 9 a.m. each day, I will ask you to be here in the morning by 8:45. The key thing is that nobody is late. If any of you are late, we will have to wait, and we can't start until you're all here. And all of us will just have to be kind of cooling our heels until you arrive. And if we lose 10 to 20 minutes each day, we might not be able to get completed on time. It might go past July 4th, which nobody wants. Now, let me tell you how the trial will proceed. Oh man, here we go. Like, can we get to opening statements already? Let me tell you how the trial will proceed. First, we will have opening statements. An attorney for the government will make an opening statement. Then an attorney for the defense will do so. The opening statements are neither evidence nor arguments. They're simply outlines of what the attorneys believe the evidence will show, and they are given to help you follow the evidence as it is presented. After opening the statements, the government will present its case. The government will call its witnesses, and after each witness testifies, the defense will have an opportunity to examine the witness. If that witness is also one of the witnesses the defense will call, that defendant may also examine that witness on matters relevant to its defense so that the witness does not have to testify twice. Following the government's case, the government will rest. The defendant will then have an opportunity to present a defense case, should he choose to do so. The defendant here is under no obligation to present a defense. The burden remains at all times on the government to prove the elements of each offense beyond a reasonable doubt. Should the defense present a defense case, any remaining defense witnesses will testify, and the government will have an opportunity to cross-examine them. After the evidence is completed and all sides have rested, the attorney will give their summations. This is the opportunity for the lawyers to summarize the evidence and to give their closing arguments. Following the summations, I will give you instructions on the law, and you will then finally retire to deliberate on your verdict. I know this will be a long road, but I want to emphasize that you have a tremendously important task as jurors. It is to determine the facts. You, and not the court, are the sole judges of the facts. The Constitution itself recognizes your unique role in our system of justice, so please pay careful attention to the witnesses, the evidence received at trial, as well as my instructions on the law. I thank you for your commitment to performing this civic duty and recognize the sacrifices that you all have made to be here today. We will now begin with opening statements. Is the government prepared to proceed? Oh my God. Okay, let's go. Let's go, government. All right, let me see if I can just be the government. What's her name? Is Comey? No, Emily Johnson. That's Emily Johnson. Here we go. Yes, Your Honor. The court says, all right, you may proceed. Ms. Johnson. This is Sean Combs. To the public, he was Puff Daddy, or Diddy, a cultural icon, a businessman, larger than life. But there's another side to him, a side that ran a criminal enterprise. During this trial, you're going to hear about 20 years of the defendant's crimes. But he didn't do it alone. He had an inner circle of bodyguards and high-ranking employees who helped him commit crimes and helped him cover them up. Kidnapping, arson, drugs, sex crimes, bribery, and obstruction. These are just some of the crimes that the defendant and his inner circle committed again and again. You're going to hear about all of them during this trial. Let's start now with just one night. The defendant was on the hunt for his girlfriend, a woman named Cassie. For years, the defendant physically abused Cassie. He also sexually exploited her, forcing her to have sex with male escorts while he watched and recorded it. But that night, the defendant learned he had lost control of Cassie. He found out Cassie was seeing another man. Furious, he set out to find Cassie and the other man, but he couldn't do it by himself. So he took his gun and he took his bodyguard, one of his most loyal lieutenants, to wake up one of the defendant's employees in the middle of the night. I'm going to tell you guys something. That's right there, my friend, was a part of the opening statements that was not on the inner city press. Shout out to him. But I remember the gun. I don't remember that he took a bodyguard, one of his loyal lieutenants. Okay. Maybe I must have missed it, but let me know in the chat if it's sounding different. Okay. And Sylvia says, oh my God, do you see me sleeping in my chair? Let's go. Thank you, Sylvia. Thank you for the $4.99. All right, y'all. Y'all are amazing. Okay. Oh man. Here we go. The defendant yelled that he was going to kill the man Cassie was with. He demanded that his employees take him to that man's house. The defendant forced the employee out of her apartment and into an SUV. They drove to the house. The defendant and his bodyguard broke in, but no one was there. The defendant didn't give up. He kept looking for Cassie. When he finally found her, he did what he had done countless times before. He beat her brutally, kicking her in the back, and flinging her around like a rag doll. All of that violence wasn't enough, though. The defendant had to make sure he had control over Cassie once again, so he threatened her. The defendant told Cassie that if she defied him again, he would publicly release the videos of her having sex with male escorts. Okay, let me stop right here. By the way, I did add the opening statements to the prosecution basically I cut this part of this video and adding it to an edited video, so it's just me reading, and I've cut it up and everything just to get to the point where you guys just hear the transcript and you don't hear my opinion or anything, because I think that's important. Baby Bunny comes in here. Yes, love you. I love you. Okay, mama girl. Hey, Vanessa. So it'll be easier for those that are just like, all right, I just want to hear the transcripts and not hear all this commentary. So I did do that. I did cut it there. But if you don't want to wait, you can hear the opening statements, yesterday's video, at least some of them. It'll be helpful for those. But I kind of wanted to come back in a little bit. I know we still have time before we get started again. So we have Inner City Press. Hold up. Because we kind of broke for lunch, right? At least I just ate something, so thank God. And then once everybody leaves, they kind of go back and forth, right? The attorneys do. Miss Esteva, where are we in your cross? Esteva says, we have a lot of exhibits. Let me confer over lunch. Judge says, non-responsive. Will you finish today or early tomorrow? To the end of tomorrow. To the end of tomorrow. So Cassie might be done tomorrow. Okay. We might not be able to finish tomorrow. Wait. Agnivolo says, hold up. We might not be able to finish tomorrow. This is the most important witness. Judge then says, for months we said this witness had to be off the stand by the end of the week. Then the government says, our direct was a day and a half. Limit them to that. The judge says, show Miss Ventura the exhibits in advance. Maybe just ask her questions rather than these exhibits. We have a timing concern. Agnivolo then says, we called 2 witnesses to start. That wasn't our choice. It's a critical, important witness. Judge then says, streamline things. Okay, so that's where they went into break. They break, okay? Interesting. Did they mean to call should Cassie have been called out first? Oh my God. Okay. All right. Dang. Thank you, the doc, for this. Thank you. Did y'all get your lunches? Your little lunches? Let me know. I had to get something because I could feel my blood sugar going low, and I'm like, and I got to get maybe something else for later as well. Somebody asked me a question the other day, and they were like, what are you watching? What videos do you watch to relax? And I have to share this with you guys. I have been watching a lot of beekeeper videos. Is that weird? Like, I thought that was weird that I'm watching a lot of beekeeper. Like when they go and they like remove hives from homes, and then they're trying to get the queen. That is so, like, I'm like, oh, why am I into this? I think I'm just like, oh, that just looks so relaxing to, I mean, of course they sting you, but it's like a relaxing thing. Just go watch a lot of beekeeper videos. I don't know why. No, you loving? I didn't even know that. I don't know why. Suddenly I started watching a lot of them. Yeah, the bee videos are in the bee. I'm like, I want to be a beekeeper. No, I don't. I ain't trying to get stung. Like the way that these beekeepers are, they're very patient. You got people getting stung. They're going to these big ass hives, okay? And they go in there, and the bees will sting her, and she's literally letting her be stung. And this little bee is like right there, and it's like thorax, and all this shit is coming out. That's just not. Yes, bees are important. I get it. I'm nothing against the bees, but I will say that I do enjoy watching the bee videos. I don't know why. Is it weird? You have a long life fear of bees? Do you remember the old Killer Bee movie? Oh my God. Remember when they said that there was going to be killer bees coming over from like what is it? I forgot what they're called, but there's some like real bad killer bees or whatever. It is what it is. Not beekeeper rabbit. That no, I'm not. Yeah, I recommend it. If you want some relaxing videos, watch some B videos. It's very interesting. You know what I find the relaxing the hood GP videos, not sure why. Sometimes I wonder why is it? Or some like I went through a phase where I really liked watching people organize things. And I'm like, what why is this so why do I want to watch it? The beekeeping, so you're allergic. See, if I was allergic, I probably wouldn't want to watch that shit. I'm gonna be honest with you. But I do find them to be interesting. The organization videos where they're organized. Okay, so like there's like these YouTube videos where you have people organizing for their small bathroom and they're organizing by like buying in bulk. So they got like a little container with a bunch of chapsticks and then I don't know, toiletries or something. And in my mind, I'm just like, is that really necessary? Maybe it's the sound of the organizing that is like, okay, this is interesting. I just be watching shit. I don't know. So my hubby loves to watch bees and people who come and get big nests out of their stuff. See, let me tell you something. I'll do bees. What I won't do, what I don't like watching is those wasps. Those things, my friend, those things are ugly. They're horrible. I hate them. When I was I'm traumatized by this. When I was in high school, um oh, I'm gonna have to read some of this in a little bit, but we'll read this in a little bit. When I was in high school, I'll never forget. I've been stung by a bee before. Um, I think I was stung by a bumblebee. I don't know. It was a big bee when I was a little kid, right? But then when I was in high school, I was at a friend's house, and this was, I want to say, this was like late at night or something. It had to be at least midnight or something. And we were walking, and so she had like a long walkway, and I don't know when this happened, but like suddenly we got like a bunch of wasps all over us. I got stung by like 12 wasps. So I had them in my hair, I got stung in my head, got stung everywhere. I guess we stepped on I didn't know that there was wasps underground. So we got stung by a underground little wasp hive. Never knew that they grew. I didn't know that they had underground anything. I mean, I'm telling you, I had no idea. Yeah, so I had them in my hair, and it was horrible because I could feel myself like they were in my hair. I could feel myself getting stung, and I was literally pulling them like that, like this. And I was like, they were stinging me, but I was fucking sorry. I'm getting mad because that's how mad I was when this was happening. I was in a lot of pain. I was pulling them like this and squeezing the shit out of them, making sure that they died once they stung me. That's what I was doing. So ever since, and I literally my face, my neck, I think it was like 12 of them that we counted. I had some in my head, on my neck, and everything. So it was like a hornet's wasp nest or something. Those things are horrible. Those things are horrible. I don't like those. Yeah. I don't have a phobia. I just don't like them. Yeah, but yeah, it is what it is. They approved, in my opinion, that my Cassie was trafficked from one executive to another prior to being 18. Okay, let me read to you guys what I just pulled from the New York Times. So New York Times said, this was 35 minutes ago, clearly when we were breaking for lunch. Says, just break for lunch. There was an intense back and forth between prosecutors and the defense about how long cross-examination of Cassie Ventura is going to take. The defense said it intends to finish by the end of the week, but it cannot make any promises. The judge is displeased, saying that there had been discussions for weeks about how Ventura, who is well into her third trimester of her pregnancy, needs to be off the stand by the end of the week. The cross-examination of Cassie Ventura by the defense lawyer Anna Stavio has varied in pace and tone, from grave to playful, but remain largely cordial and measured. The two have even laughed together at various moments. The questioning at times has also stilted and repetitive. It does seem a bit repetitive. Like it seems like, but I would say the same for the prosecution, that at some point it just seems so repetitive. They were repeating things. With the Stavio starting and stopping questions and facing plentiful objections from the prosecution, which the jury seems to be noting. But the defense seems most interested in getting loving and sexual exchanges between Ventura and Sean Combs into evidence, as well as underlining parts of Ventura's previous testimony about the good sides of Combs. Ventura answers have been mostly brief but agreeable, and she seems to be reserving her pushback for moments of overgeneralization, not to dispute the facts. Okay. I think Cassie's doing good. Yeah. Who's this? Hold up. Oh, wow. There are free puff shirts. Look at, people are still wearing the free puff sweater, guys. Free puff sweater. Yeah, she is in her 3rd trimester. The judge is back on the bench. Okay. Seemed like such a short break. Hold up. That was 4 minutes ago. Wow. Okay, here we go. All right, let me get started, y'all. Let me get my stuff. Let me make sure you guys are hitting the like button. If you're just now coming in, please and thank you. I would really appreciate it. Let me let the people know that we are back too. Thank you for those that have supported, donated, with the super chat, with the Cash App, with the Venmo, whatever it is. We are live now. Back on the stand. We are live now. Judge is back. Let me close my door real quick, y'all, because my door is open. Here we go. Everyone, we are back from lunch. Ooh wee. Okay. 5:56. Here we go. Let me close my door real quick, okay? Okay, here we go. Okay. Okay, we'll break. 6 minutes. We just read this. All right. And they're back at 1:10 p.m. Eastern Time. Miss Estevio, the judge says, has the witness had a chance to review the exhibits? They are lengthy, the government says. We'll do the best that we can. I was told this witness could be off the stand by the end of the week. We let the jury go early yesterday. The judge says, if there's something that really needs to be done on cross after lunch tomorrow, I may allow it. We have to leave time for redirect. This witness is being responsive. Okay, this is where we're at. So the jury's not in yet. The judge is directing everybody. Clearly, the judge is not happy about, people, what is going on, maybe the timeline or time frame. The judge is feeling some type of way about this. We have an update from a minute ago from the New York Times. The judge asked the defense to finish cross-examination of Cassandra Ventura, who was 8.5 months pregnant on Friday, so that she could be off the stand by the end of the week. He asked the defense to try to streamline the questioning as much as possible. The defense pushed back strongly on this, provoking irritation from the judge. In what universe do you not understand that this was important? He said on the timing sensitivities. Ooh, the judge is not having it. Guys, let me say something. That judge seemed like a really nice, cool kind of judge. Okay. He seems like a really nice, cool kind of judge. He's walking in there with his little backpack and his little MP3 player, Discman, CDs, or whatever. Y'all saw that TMZ video when he was walking in. He had his little he had his headphones. They weren't even wireless headphones. The headphones have wires. The judge does not play. Don't play with the judge, man. Don't play. I'm not joking. I'm looking at the. Let me see if I can pull it up while we wait for this to start. TMZ judge Diddy video. Okay, let's see if we can find it through that. He was literally walking in. TMZ Diddy judge walks in with backpack. There it is. He had a little backpack. It was like, oh my God. Here it is. There it is. He don't even have the other kind of headphones. He knows what time it is. You are so right about that.
Where's that?
Those headphones have wires. Okay? He's very old school kind of judge. I bet you he's got a Discman, a CD player somewhere in there. I'm just going to say that, okay? I'm just kidding. I'm saying that. I think he's got a headphone, the CD. He's got a little CD Walkman. What do you call those? Those thingies. You know what I mean? Judge said, period. Hurry it up. That's what he said. He's not playing. I like this judge. I think what I like is like, you just don't get judges like this. I guess, you expect them to walk in limos and do the most. You know what I mean? Thank you. All right. Somebody said in the chat to the comment about the witness being very responsive. She has nothing to lose. She has lost too much already. After this, she will find inner peace. That's what's being said in the comments. I don't know if that's the case. What's so interesting is like people say that like once Diddy's locked up, people are going to find peace. I don't know about that, y'all. I don't know if I agree with that. All right, here we go. We have an update shout out to the phone who let us know. Hold up. We have an update. 16 seconds ago. Okay. Ventura enters, jury enters. The defense. Let's turn to GX411. The government. It's not in evidence yet. Defense. So B-414, page 3 and 4, you wrote, I love our FOs when we both wanted. You felt that? Okay. So something wasn't in evidence. Now Cassie Ventura is on the stand, and and the defense is looking at text messages. So let's look at B414, page 3 and 4. You wrote, I love our FOs when we both wanted. You felt that? Cassie responds, loving FOs were just words at that point. Okay. Loving FOs were just word at that point. This is what she's saying. Okay, so there's a message where Cassie's telling Diddy directly that she's loving the FOs, which stands for free cops. When we both want it, which also to me tells me that could there have been times where she didn't want it and they had to have them? It's an interesting way to put that in a message, right? I think that's open to interpretation. Interesting. It could mean one thing. It could mean that there were times where she liked the freak offs and there were times where she didn't like the freak offs. But that's what she said in there, when we both want it. So to me, that's like, were there times where she didn't want it? That would be my next question. Okay, 10 seconds. Defense. Mr. Combs wrote to you, I want to freak out right now. And you wrote that you wanted it too. LOL, me too? Cassie responds, I texted more than that. The defense. But you did text that to him. Mr. Combs wrote to you, Jules is available if you are into it. Okay. Defense. Let me repeat that one more time. Mr. Combs wrote to you, I want to freak out right now. And you wrote that you wanted it too. LOL, me too. I texted more than that. But you did text that to him. Mr. Combs wrote to you, Jules is available if you're into it. Okay. Oh, Lord, come on. People are posting stupid posts. That's right. But it doesn't take that at one time, the one time she didn't want it. That's right. Ooh, wake up. I got some caffeine here. Okay. You said, remember he told her many times that he would release tapes of her? Yeah, that's true. Okay, let's see if we have an update. 4 minutes ago, CNN reports cross-examination has resumed. The jury is back and Cassandra is back. New York Times reports that Cassandra Ventura has returned to the stand to resume cross-examination about 20 minutes later than planned. The defense picked up back with the government exhibits that are already in evidence. More messages between Ventura and Sean Combs. Okay. NBC News reports. Oh man, there's photos. A photo of the Manhattan federal courtroom. Janice exiting the courtroom as juries was on lunch break. Okay. All the children are still there and everything. For those, yeah, just saying. I just can't believe that they're all there. I don't know if I would, as a parent, I would struggle with that. At least for the girls, at least in my opinion. We're waiting for more updates. Let's see. Guys, do me a favor and hit the like button. I would really appreciate it. Please and thank you. Support the channel. Thank you. Thank you. There are many ways you guys can support. Please do so. It's important. Thank you. All right. 7 minutes ago, the Washington Post reported the defense and prosecution lawyers are back in court. The jury and Cassie still haven't been let back in. Okay, that was 7 minutes ago, but we know that that's not the case now. Okay. All right. Let's see. Where are we at? Inner City Press. All right. 28 seconds ago. All right. Defense had said, but you did text him that. But you did text that to him. Mr. Combs wrote to you, Jules is available if you're into it. Defense further goes. You could have said yes or no. And you said, love you. Cassie responds, there was no yes or no. Bring up B-420 on page 2. Mr. Combs wrote, do I have your permission to set up freaky fun? You wrote ovulation. Ventura responded, yes. Okay. Hold up. Let's go back a little bit. You could have said yes or no. And you said, I love you. Or you said, love you. There was no yes or no. Bring up B-420 on page 2. Mr. Combs wrote, do I have your permission to set up freaky fun? You wrote ovulation. Cassie responded to yes. Okay. So let me say this right here. Okay. Let me just. When we're talking about consent, this is the issue that they're bringing up. That there were times where Diddy did message her to kind of like bring consent to the picture. Okay. What do you guys think? Let me know in the chat. What do you guys think? Strategy? Maybe? That there were times where Cassie was asked and she did consent at times? She's not saying yes, right? She's saying ovulation. She didn't give an answer. And Cassie's actually the one that's like, there was no yes or no. Okay? There was no yes or no. So then she brings up another exhibit. Mr. Combs wrote, do I have your permission to set up freaky fun? You wrote ovulation. That's not a yes or no. That's ovulation. That's what it says. Ventura said yes. Okay, now I'm kind of curious to see where this is going to go. All right, 34 seconds ago. Defense. Here's Here, what did you say? Cassie, I asked which hotel. I must have called him in between. I don't want to assume anything. He said montage. You said you could also go to the pleasure chess. What would you get there? Sexual supplies. Okay. So defense shows her a message and says, here, what did you say? I asked which hotel. I must have called him in between. I don't want to assume anything. He said, montage. You said you could also go to pleasure chess. What would you get there? Sexual supplies. Again, establishing the defense that she was with it. She got sexual supplies. She's being asked questions. What part is showing coercion? Okay. I'm just playing devil's advocate, y'all. Okay. But what part in the chat? Let me know. What part is playing coercion here? Let me know. Where do you guys stand with that? Okay, the duck said that's a trap. Okay. Storm says ovulation means no because he don't make anyone wear protection. Oh, I don't know if it means no, but I mean some people would probably agree with you. Jerome says she's agreeing for this. Okay, this is the boiling point of this. Okay, we playing devil's advocate right here. All right, we want to do our best, keep it respectful, but we're gonna play devil's advocate. All right. All right. New York Times has an update. The defense pointed to additional texts in which Sean Combs and Cassandra seemed to agree that they enjoyed freak-offs when we both wanted, as Ventura wrote in a 2017 message. On the stand, Ventura replied, I would say that loving FOs were just words at that point. In an older exchange, Combs wrote, I want an FO right now, to which Ventura replied, LOL, me too, adding, well, I want to have fun with you. Okay. That was New York Times. No update from CNN. NBC News says 4 minutes ago. So they're reporting that the judge appears to be agitated. This was from earlier about start times. Okay. We're not going to reread that. I don't want us to go back. Washington Post. No update. Let me go back to Inner City Press. Nothing. Okay, where do you guys take that? Let me look at the chat. All right. Okay, don't forget we have a poll, and the question is, does the government have a RICO case? Based on everything that we have heard so far, does the government have a RICO case? Here's the problem that I have. I'm just going to call this out, okay? This text messages is just one instance of a freak-off arrangement. We're talking about consent 100% of the time. And that's the question. Was there consent 100% of the time? And Cassie initially said that there wasn't always like that. She didn't want to have a man urinating on her mouth or urinating on her. She go back to what she described. So in this specific situation, there might have been consent, but was there consent 100% of the time out of the 10 years that they were together? That's the real question. Was there consent 100% of the time out of the 10 years that they were together? Think about it. Think about it, okay? That's not, Jerome, that's not the question. Don't confuse those two. Don't confuse those two. Happiness has nothing to do with consent. Like, don't confuse those two, all right? Come on now. Come on now. Let's do a little bit better, okay? All right. Let's get it together. So when she says sexual supplies, the defense then says, what supplies? Ventura responds, Cassie, lubricant, outfits. He says, have fun. Impress me. You say, okay. He says, can we kiss a lot? What did you say? Yes. You wrote, I left the iPad. Cassie responds, I don't know whose iPad this meant. All right, let me go back a little bit. So they're asking her what kind of supplies? Sexual supplies, right? What supplies? Cassie responds, lubricants, outfits. Defense. He says, she's reading. He says, have fun, impress me. You say, okay. He says, can we kiss a lot? What do you say? Yes. Cassie responds with yes. The defense. You wrote, I left the iPad. Cassie responds, I don't know whose iPad this meant. These messages are old, right? You're having to recall that. And then also, please note some of them probably under the influence around that time. That's right. That's right. That's right. Thank you. That was my point. That is not equating me to saying no to an advance 2 out of the 100 times. Your analogy is not sound. No at any point in a relationship is no. Nothing to do with happiness. I'm saying, I'm like, I'm glad some of you guys got, like Jerome. I'm like, come on now. Like, you can't, there's different logic. It's different logic, my friend. Come on now. But I mean, I appreciate the try. I'm just saying that argument doesn't stand. Sasha P. The government or plaintiff must prove the existence of a criminal enterprise. That enterprise affects interstate commerce and that the defendant was associated or employed by the enterprise. That's correct, Sasha P. That is correct. Okay. No update yet. Let me go and see what CNN is saying. CNN has no update. I think the New York Times has an update. Here we go. The defense still moving through pages of old text messages between Cassie and Sean from 2017. Has been establishing how the couple communicated about planning a freak off. Have fun, impress me, Combs wrote to Ventura before she visited a sex shop for supplies. The defense lawyer noted that Ventura had not said no at any point in the exchange. Correct. Ventura replied. Okay, now, what did the Washington Post say? So to me, I feel like if you're trying to establish consent, you have to, this was a 10-year relationship. So yeah, keep that in mind. You're not going to, there might have been times, where there would have been consent in their 10 years together. Maybe there was consent on some. Maybe she liked some of the freak offs at times. Maybe she enjoyed it. But was that 100% of the time while the 10 years that they were together? That's the question that I have. Okay. Now, the question then stands, if you guys go vote on the poll, from everything that you've heard so far, is the government making its case for a RICO? Okay. Let me know. Yes or no? Go vote. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's see. Guys, hit the like button, please, and thank you. No update. Okay, somebody's putting Oprah there. Oh my God. Yeah, I don't know. Yes. Did y'all kick Jerome off? Like I said, Jerome, you better get it together because you will get blocked if you're doing too much. Okay. Defense is trying, this is CNN, guys. Defense is trying to hold up. Do we have an update? Yeah, we do. 8 seconds. Hold up. This is the defense. Mr. Combs wrote, I've been there right after my session. Excuse me. I'd be there right after my session. Defense. Mr. Combs wrote, I'd be there right after my session. This was in June 2017. Do you remember arguments you were having at that time? Cassie responds, not specifically. Defense. Here you say the game starts at 10 p.m. No breaking character to 8 a.m. So they were playing characters in these freak-offs? Is that what they're trying to say? Like she was a willing participant in some of these freak-offs. Mr. Combs wrote, I've been there right after my session. This was in June 2017. Do you remember arguments you were having at times? Not specifically. Here you say the game starts at 10 p.m. No breaking character to 8 a.m. Okay. CNN writes, defense is trying to paint the picture of a more complicated relationship between Combs and Ventura. In its cross-examination, the defense is trying to argue to the jury that Cassie Ventura and Sean Combs' relationship was more complicated than that what the prosecution painted it to be, a CNN reporter in the courtroom said. Prosecutors, during their direct examination of Ventura, have alleged that Combs committed an S-trafficking crime. Combs' defense is that there was domestic violence in the relationship. He's not running away from it, but he says it wasn't sex trafficking. That is in their opening statements, by the way, so people are aware. Okay. The defense is arguing that many of the fights between Cassie and Sean came because of the infidelity on both sides. In response to their question, Ventura testified that drug use made them both irritable. Okay. And let me see. Do we have an update? 1 minute ago. So the defense had said, here you say the game starts at 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. No breaking character to 8 a.m. Cassie says, this was a game a friend of mine told me, a way to rekindle your romance. Defense says, by doing something different in the bedroom. Cassie says it's a whole getting into character thing. Defense. Mr. Combs says, let's get some outfits and go to sex club. Okay. All right. This was a game a friend of mine told me, a way to rekindle your romance. Defense. By doing something different in the bedroom. It's a whole getting into character thing. Okay. Mr. Combs says, let's get some outfits and go to sex club. So, Cass, all right, let me tell you something that stood out to me about this. Remember when Cassie said that she never told people about the freak offs? That there were people that she didn't like she didn't say she was telling people about the freak offs. Y'all remember that? Well, here's saying that maybe she was having a conversation with a friend. I don't know. And they were talking about their sex life or whatever. And she's like, yeah, get into character. That's the kind of thing that you do. But the freak offs wasn't something that she would initially, talk about, if you know what I mean. Let me know. You said familial trafficking is the most common. Thank you. Thank you. Nothing better to rekindle the romance than dressing up and going to an adult club. Okay. I think you deleted your message. I don't know if I read it all. She admitted she wanted to be more active with him. So her saying they could kiss isn't a win for Diddy. She said kissing was intimate and she wouldn't kiss them. He said him. Gotcha. All right. Let me see if I can. Guys, do me a favor. Hit the like button, please. And thank you. I'd appreciate it. Okay. Here we go. So the defense had, prior to this tweet, defense had said, Mr. Combs says, let's get some outfits to go to sex club. Mr. Combs wrote, surprise package coming from out of state. Why can't I reach you? What did you say? Cassie responds, I'm getting my brows done. The defense, did you come to know Mr. Combs was leaving to freak offs to go see Kim Porter? Yes. Oh, okay. Enter Kim Porter. Kim Porter. Mr. Combs wrote, surprise package coming from out of state. Why can't I reach you? What did you say? Cassie responds, I was getting my brows done. Did you come to know Mr. Combs was leaving to Freakoffs to go see Kim Porter? Yes. All right, let me see. We have an update from the New York Times. Well, that was 4 minutes ago. Sean's defense team has been focusing on messages between him and Cassie that seem to establish they mutually planned freak-offs in 2009. Near the beginning of the relationship in 2017, closer to the end, I'm too excited, Ventura wrote to Combs in one exchange from 2017. On the stand, she said, I probably would have been excited to see him and have fun with him. But the defense underlined that she expressed general excitement only in the message itself. Okay. That was 4 minutes ago. All right. I don't like the New York Times, and I only renewed my subscription for this live. I don't like you too. Anyways, CNN writes, more messages about freak-offs presented to jury. Before I read that, let me see if we have an update. Yes, we do. 21 seconds from Inner City Press. Okay. The defense, how did you find out about Gina? How did you feel? Did it upset you? Yes. Defense, it prompted arguments? It did. And he thought you were not faithful? What were his reactions? It was scary. All right, so Gina, I forgot her last name. Doesn't it start with an H? How do you say it? Put it in the chat. Gina was said, I think it was like 2016 or something like that, that this is when Diddy was dealing with Gina, Cassie, and then even Kim Porter at the same time. People have speculated this, okay? Yeah, that's what I have to say. So it was, I mean, I think that this was kind of common knowledge that there was a little bit of like something that was going on. Then he was being photographed with Gina, and that became an issue as well. So keep that in mind, okay? But again, the defense says, how did you find out about Gina? How did you feel? Did it upset you? Okay, that's like multiple questions, but there's only one yes. It prompted arguments? It did. And he thought you were not faithful. What were his reactions? It was scary. All right. We have an update. No, we don't. Okay. So there were more messages about the freak-offs. Did we read this? And loving the freak-offs, yeah. New York Times says that they were focusing on the messages. Let me see. Washington Post, new update. 2 minutes ago, the defense presents evidence earlier suggesting Cassie was enthusiastic about participating in freak-offs during the early phases of a relationship with Sean Combs. They just showed a text exchange from 2017 as their relationship was nearing its end, in which Ventura said she was too excited to see Combs at the next freak-off. There appear to be a number of examples over the years of conversations between a couples, many raunchy and flirty, in which Ventura expressed anticipation for their highly choreographed events in which she had sex with escorts while Combs filmed and directed. All right, hold up. Okay. Sasha P, thank you so much for this super chat. I really wish some people would understand that it's like for a severely abused person who is in a captive mentality, physically and emotionally. It's not a position of choice. You're trapped. Thank you, Sasha P, for this. I appreciate you for saying that. And I would agree. Yeah, I would agree with that. That it's not always easy to just step out and, do what you have to do. I think a lot of people would agree with your statement here. Thank you, Sasha. Okay. Stockholm syndrome. Thank you. That's true. Stockholm syndrome it's a real thing. All right, guys, let me see. People in the Twitter comments getting anxiety. I was nervous, but I feel like I'm okay now. All right. The New York Post says the defense has now raised the subject of Kim Porter, an on and off girlfriend of Sean Combs and the mother of his 3 children, as well as other women he dated amid his relationship with Cassandra Ventura. Porter died in 2018. I had some jealousy of Miss Porter, Cassie said. Asked about another woman Combs dated, Ventura said the couple would argue about infidelity, including her own. It was a little scary when they fought about her own alleged transgressions, she said. Okay. Ooh, my lips are getting dry. No update from Inner City Press. Yeah. Let's see. What did he do with the videos is the thing, I guess. It was his weapon, but could be made a deal out of them, you know? Um, hmm. Let me try to update. I think we have an update. Let me see what CNN is saying real quick. Okay. More messages about freak-offs presented to jury. Messages about freak-offs between Cassie and Sean are being read and shown to the jury now. In one conversation from March 2017, Ventura told Combs to stop playing the victim. That's all you wanted. And that's why I was upset. Ventura wrote, according to the message read aloud in the court, I love our freak-offs when we both want it. Again, they both have to want it, establishing that there was likely not consent at every freak off when they were together for 10 years. Okay. Ventura testified that I would say that loving freak offs were just words at that point. Okay. I think it's an important thing to note because I think that message in itself just says consent wasn't always there, right? All right, let's keep going. Mr. Combs wrote to you, let's do something different in New York City this weekend. FYI, Dave hit me. What does hit mean? So, defense is reading some messages, right? Mr. Combs wrote to you, let's do something different in NYC this weekend. FYI, Dave hit me. What does hit mean? Cassie responds, reached out. Okay. Defense. And Daniel contacted you? Did this mean you might have a freak off? Cassie responded, might. I'm assuming they're still talking about Daniel Phillips, the escort that was one of the first witnesses. One of the first witnesses. Okay. How do you not? Well, I guess she had to ask her what that meant. What is Dave? FYI, Dave hit me. Like somebody hit me up. Maybe I've always said that, but somebody hit me up. That's like somebody called me, somebody reached out to me, somebody messaged me, but the defense needed to establish that, I guess. I don't know. I'll make sure that they knew what they were talking about. Hold up. Let's see. Okay, 11 seconds. Defense. He tells you, you better put me on VIP vibrate alarm or something. He's frustrated. You don't answer his text fast enough. Cassie responds, right. You tell him to come to New York City understanding there could be a freak out. Cassie says, maybe. Hold up. Defense. He tells you, you better put me on VIP vibrate alarm or something. He's frustrated. You don't answer his text fast enough. Right. Cassie says, you tell him to come to NYC understanding there could be a freak out. Maybe. Okay, so she's reading messages, and Cassie's like, maybe, right? Like, kind of responding, not really being direct in her response. When she says maybe, it's like, I don't really think that that's really a response of sorts. Jerome says, thank you for the $5. Y'all, a guaranteed DV assault charge for 5 to 10 years was a smart approach. This case seems iffy and could be a mistrial. DV assault is a felony. You know what? And that is I know you fighting with everybody in the chat. And that's fine, because everybody can, you guys, everybody has their own opinion. I'm still waiting on this part too, Jerome. I'm not like, is this, I asked the question and it's still up there for those to vote. Is the government making their case? Has the government made their case that this is a RICO case? I don't doubt, and I'll say this right, the man is a fucking abuser. I'm not even saying allegedly on that, okay? Because we saw that shit on camera, okay? The way that he dragged her and grabbed her, we saw that, okay? But at the same time, that's the question. It's like, we're here. Are they making their case that somehow there's a RICO here? And I don't know if we really necessarily have enough yet, but I also don't think that the government has landed their plane yet. We've heard here things in there about the inner circle, KK, who else? Who paid for what? Who had cash? What you had to do? All that stuff. But I'm still trying to figure out, like, all right, have we established that this is a RICO case? How many victims do we have? More than one, two? It sounds like there might be another Jane Doe who went to similar things as well. But there's only, my understanding, as far as victims go, that I've heard so far, it's Cassie and a Jane Doe. Unless there's more and they're not testifying. I'm not really sure. So I'm on the I do agree with you, Jerome, on that. I'm on the fence. However, where I kind of am standoffish with you is the fact that you say something about how often are you happy? Like the logic behind your argument isn't always that great. I'm just gonna say that. But okay. Thank you so much for the $5. And Orange Jello, thank you for the $1.99. I appreciate it. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. Thank you so much. Okay, let's get it together because we don't want to get too behind. So you may tell him to come to New York to NYC, understanding there could be a freak out. Ventura responds, maybe. The defense, you also saw the Book of Mormon? Ventura says yes and laughs. Defense, masked pleasure? If that a sex club? I think she's asking if that's a sex club. Ventura responds, I would assume. Defense, he asks, are you ready for tonight? What did you say? Cassie responds, yes, I just have to get some things. Okay. Okay. And people are saying in the chat, there's more consent, more participating. That could very well be the case. This is where I tell you guys, it's very, very likely that in the text messages, you were going to find Cassie saying, yes, I agree to this freak off on this day, on this time, wearing this toy, this outfit, doing this and that. She might agree, but did it happen 100% of the time? That's the question. Were there some freak offs that she did not consent to? That's the question that we have. Okay. Let's see. CNN has an update. This was 3 minutes ago. Defense reads text messages from Combs to Ventura in which he wrote about surprise package coming from out of state. The jury is seeing messages from Sean and Cassie planning and preparing for a freak-off. Ventura confirms that there were times Combs picked up supplies and contacted escorts for them. So this Astroglide thing, I mean, that was a thing that they did, okay? Because this was when it was consensual freak-offs, okay? In an exchange from 2017, Combs told Ventura that he was making plans for a freak-off. The defense read and allowed some of the messages. Didn't hear from you, so I just put some plans in motion. Let me know to stop. Surprise package coming from out of state. Just let me know if I'm headed in wrong direction so I can cancel. So they're just reading messages at this point, going back and forth. She's kind of probing questions about some of these past messages. Thank you. Thank you, Franny Law. Thank you. I'm like, you got it, Rabbit. We're going to need it in writing that there was no consent. Shout out to my wonderful lawyers, Vicky, Franny Law. I'm sure Andrew's not here. I know I have some other lawyers as well that have been in my chat. Shout out to you guys. I think once you guys watch the opening statements video, then you guys might have a different a different perspective of like what the prosecution is saying and what the defense is saying. You know what I mean? Like, I honestly feel that that's what it's going to be. Let's see. Did I forget about the emails yesterday? Which one, Courtney? Are you talking about my email? I have not checked my email, Courtney. Did y'all email me? Well, I did check Abadam's email. That's the only email that I saw, but I haven't checked my email at all as of recent. Hold up. Oh my God, somebody said Book of Mormon to Sex Club. What the fuck? Round 2. Yeah, they did mention the Book of Mormon. You also saw the Book of Mormon. Was that like supposed to be like, you know how the hotels have like the Book of Mormon or a Bible, depending on if you're staying in Utah, you're gonna find the Book of Mormon. If you're staying somewhere else, you're gonna find some other Bibles, the King James, whatever. Pleasure, mass pleasure. If that's a sex cult, I would assume. He asked, "Are you ready for tonight? What did you say?" Yes. I just have to get some things. This is what was said. Okay. Come on. All right, we have an update from the New York Times. I don't like you, New York Times. I just want you to remember that. The defense has now raised the subject of Kim Porter. We did read that. Hold up. Okay. New update. Cassandra Ventura has been going through long stretches without providing any substantive answers to questions by the defense lawyer as they recap fairly mundane text messages between her and Sean Combs. She is replying like yes, yep, or yeah as the lawyer Anna reads the messages, which occasionally turn sexual. In one, the couple is talking about seeing the Book of Mormon during a trip to New York. Ventura laughed at the memory. I don't like, I'm like, what are we? It is kind of like, yeah, I don't know. How do y'all think about the questioning? I will continue to remind the New York Times that I don't like you. The Book of Mormon is a musical. I will continue to remind the New York Times that I don't like you. We don't like you. I don't. I have my reasons. So they were on a play on Broadway. Gotcha. Oh, gotcha. Oh, my nose is itchy. Here's the question that I have. This is a interesting question, right? Why wasn't the escort business charged as well? The Daniel Phillips, this was a question that I had too while we're waiting for updates. Why didn't they charge? Because they're talking about like it went from escort to prostitution. Why didn't they go after that business? Or is that business still around? Okay, hold up. Do we have an update? Okay. Ventura says this was 13 seconds ago. Cassie says, this is not about what I felt, right? Because you're skipping over a lot here. Defense, what did you write? As much as you think you're Bruce Willis, you're not. Your kids were babies when we started dating. Wait, what? Hold up. Okay, let me go back a little bit. Defense, he asks, are you ready for tonight? What did you say? Yes, I just have to get some things. Cassie then says, this is not about what I felt, right? Because you are skipping over a lot here. So Cassie's telling the defense, like, this is not about how I felt, right? Like, you're skipping a lot here. The defense says, what did you write? As much as you think you're Bruce Willis, you're not. Your kids were babies when we started dating. Cassie said that Diddy thought that he was Bruce Willis. Oh, Vicky, thank you. Is that what she said? She thought that Diddy was she's giving like this, as much as you think you're Bruce Willis, you're not. And your kids were babies when we started dating. Why did she make that reference? Now I'm curious. Did I miss something about Bruce Willis? I don't know. Enter Bruce Willis in the chat. I have a lot of questions about this. I'm not gonna lie. I'm lost on that. Come on now. T-Maker's like, come on now, Rabbit. No, like she's saying, like, as much as you think like you're this hot shot person, like I'm just thinking maybe it's that way. Maybe you think you're this. I was there when this happened. You said let's not bring Bruce Willis. Bruce retired and I wish him, but I know, but I don't know. So she's reading messages from like the early, I don't know, 2007 to whatever that was. And so then they're having text messages, or I want to say not even 2007, like 2012 or 2013. These are messages. Yes, I do think they are skipping over a lot of the text messages. Okay, well, let's get it together, okay? Let's see if oh, somebody said just leaving this here. Why they put Bruce Willis, Will Smith, and Diddy on this? Oh man. Bruce, oh, see, Bruce has always kept his ex-girlfriends and girlfriends close together, one big happy family. Well, because I would agree with that. You said, why is Bruce catching strays? Oh my God. Hold up, y'all. Somebody said, clock it, Cassie. Oh my God. Now you get it? What a weird thing to say on the stand. Is she saying that the person, she's saying that to the person that's questioning her, the lawyer? She is, Miss J. Mhm. So yeah, we just saw that photo on Twitter. There was like photos and stuff like that. I think so. Making sense to Diddy pretending to be the baddest of bad boys like Bruce Willis back in the day, or like maybe he had his women and ex-girlfriends together. Like that's one thing you didn't see. Did y'all ever see Demi Moore badmouth Bruce Willis at all? Like he had their kids and everybody had kids and they were together. I don't think I ever really saw them badmouth each other. Okay, the New York Times has an update. Let me see while we wait for Inner City Press. New York Times says the defense still going through old texts, zeroed in on one when Sean Combs did not initiate the conversation about sex. Wish we could have FO'd before you left. Cassie wrote to him in one. So there's a text message that said, wish we could FO'd before you left. Cassie wrote to him in one. The questioning then switched quickly to an emotional 2013 message from Cassie to Combs in which she expressed despair that she had not been on family trips with him and his children. Returning again to the topic of Kim Porter. Yeah. And Ventura hurt and jealous about being kept at arm's length. That's what it is. So somebody, I think it was Candy's Life, who made a really good interpretation of like, was it Candy's Life? I can't remember. That Bruce Willis kept his girlfriends and children, and then he also kind of introduced wives. Like he kept them close. So maybe this is what it is that she's saying like, listen, I'm there. Like, I don't know if you think you're Bruce Willis or what, as much as you think you are, you're not. Your kids were babies when we started dating. So they should know about her. Basically, that's what it is. Somebody said in the chat, please explain the Bruce Willis reference. I don't think we can. Let's see. I think that makes sense, at least, like family man type of person, Um, Now they're taking care of Bruce. See, this is why you keep people together. You never know when you might need them. They're taking care of you, especially like I know he has a what is it? Dementia. Okay, here we go. 8 seconds. Okay. Defense. If you saw him on social media on vacation with, it was heartbreaking. Cassie responds, it could be. I was 7 years in. Defense. And what about this? About Gina. You wrote, I don't want to be a side piece, but I'll treat you as a king. Ooh. Okay. It's getting interesting. What do you guys think so far? Let me see. CNN has an update. Okay. Ventura says she felt some jealousy of Combs' former partner Kim Porter. Cassie is now testifying about the other women Sean Combs spent time with while the two of them were dating. Ventura testified that she had some jealousy of Miss Porter, referring to Kim Porter, who shared 3 children with Combs. Porter died in 2018. Ventura confirmed that it would upset her when Combs would spend holidays with his family and Porter, even though the two were no longer in a romantic relationship. Ventura also testified that she learned Combs was spending time with a woman called Gina in April of 2014. I was upset. I was really upset, Ventura testified. She said Combs denied the relationship to an extent, but added that she and Combs argued multiple times about him getting back together with Gina. She and Combs also argued with Combs about other women. Ventura said Combs was also suspicious that she was romantically involved with other men. Okay. 15 seconds ago. So the defense was reading a message or something to that effect. She said, and what about this? About Gina? You wrote, I don't want to be a side piece, but I'll treat you as a king. Defense further goes, you wanted to be the main girlfriend. Cassie says, in 2013, yes. Defense. You saw social media posts of Mr. Combs with other girlfriends and got angry, right? Cassie says, can I speak? I was jealous of certain situations. Okay. I don't think she's ever denied the jealousy, right? Like, we kind of know that. We know that she. Mhm. She's witness number 3. Is the missing witness is Vicky? Gotcha. You said the text messages make Cassie come off like she is in control. I get why people are conflicted. Yeah, Jay, and can we say that? I think that that's important to note that there might be some. First of all, we don't know, right? We don't know the tone or anything, but I do kind of feel like there could have been times where Cassie might have like had a level of control, because relationships are complicated. Things kind of go up and down. You just never really know. Um, but I feel you on this too. I think it's important to point that out. It doesn't make Cassie any less of a victim of a horrific situation whatsoever at all. So please note that. I think it's important to say that. Thank you. Okay. Somebody put in, oh my God. See, this is a kind of BS. Um, more competitiveness. I'm deducing 125 sympathy points. Oh my God. People are like doing too much. I'm trying not to read other messages, but it's like too hard not to. Hold up. Update from CNN. Ventura addresses defense, saying she feels there's a lot we skipped over. That's right, she does say that. Defense attorney Anna reviewed some messages with Cassie Ventura from a 17-page text exchange between her and Sean Diddy Combs. In the thread, the couple were planning for Combs to come join her in New York for the weekend. The jury also saw text between them planning to see the Book of Mormon and about escorts and sex clubs. When attorney moved on to another exhibit, Ventura said, "This isn't about what I feel is relevant right now, right? because there's a lot we skipped over. Okay. The attorney didn't acknowledge her question. Hold up. Let's see. Then we have another update from New York Times, but we'll go to Inner City Press. Okay. Cassie has said, "Can I speak? I was jealous of certain situations." The lawyer says, "Did there come a time he suspected you were in a relationship with someone in the industry?" Mr. Miss Cootie, I think Cuddy. I think that is it. Miss Cootie. Is that how is that how you say his name? His last name? Because I know it's Kid Cudi, but like Miss Cootie, Mescuidi. Okay. Anyways, put it in the chat if I said it correctly. Did there come a time he suspected you were in a relationship with someone in the industry, Mr. Miscudi? Cassie responds, yes. Defense. Mr. Combs thought that it would be good for your career if you collaborated with Mr. Cuddy. I mean, Mr. Miscudi. Cassie says, yes. Okay. So, all right, let me stop right here. Defense says Mr. Combs thought it would be a good idea for your career if you collaborated with Kid Cudi. So Diddy was kind of putting this connection for her, Kid Cudi. She starts dating him, and then he also put the connection with the trainer, right? Miss Cudi. Thank you, because the 90s, Miss Cudi. I don't know why I keep saying it, Miss Cudi. Because it sounds better. It sounds better. So, I mean, she's making the connections for her, I guess you could say that. Cuddy. All right. So the defense is using text to characterize Ventura as a consenting adult, is what a legal expert from CNN said. Okay, New York Times said, Cassandra seems to be losing some patience with being asked to confirm the validity of the reams of old messages. She has routinely said they seem to be accurate, but keeps referring to the fact that she barely remembers the topic at hand. Her answers get a bit more, is it terse, when the defense seems to be circling a point without asking a significant question. That's not good. She is, people are noticing that she's kind of cutting up a little bit. And is that a good thing for her? I don't know. Hey, Don. But I do have to wonder, is this like, where are you guys landing with this? How are you guys feeling about how things are going? There, some of the questions are a bit repetitive, and they are reviewing a lot of text messages. Okay. A lot. Let me check my phone real quick and see what's being done and said out here. Guys, hit the like button, please, and thank you. I'd appreciate it. Let's see. Do we have an update? No. CNN says Ventura says women on social media often claim to be in relationships with Combs. Women on social media often claim to have a relationship with Combs. His ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, testified. It happened often enough. I don't know that I would remember every single one. This is what the defense attorney says. If Ventura would react when she saw Combs with one woman. Yes, mainly Gina. Ventura responded. She confirmed that a woman called Gina was the main problem in their relationship. Oh, man. Yeah. Hold up. Sorry, I saw a comment that got my attention, but let me read this before I read that. Okay. They talk about Mr. Cuddy. Defense. Why did you begin your relationship with Cuddy? I'm going to call him Kid Cuddy. We enjoyed each other's company. You were in a relationship with Mr. Combs? We were on break. But you were still doing freak offs with him? Yes. Oh, this is getting a little complicated, okay? All right. Okay. There's a comment here that I wanted to highlight. Let's not breeze past the fact the defense mentioned Gina first, and we all know Gina was witness number 3, and they claim it's all of a sudden missing or paid for her absence. Such a effing lady. Thank you so much for this comment. This is interesting. Sorry, I didn't want to miss it. It's an interesting comment. The more agitated they try to get her, the more they're painting her as an irrational ex. I think so too. I would be agitated sitting there at 8 months pregnant. I don't know about you guys, but when I had baby Bunny at 8 months, this child, I had to go be in the bathroom every 5 seconds. It felt like, this is hard, and she might need a break sooner or later because that is so uncomfortable to be sitting there for so many hours. Gina had beef with Cassie and Young Miami. Okay. Oh man, oh man. I guess we'll see how this goes. So she was still with both, right? They were taking a break, but she was still engaging in freak offs. So is that really a break? That's the question that I have. Once the jury is left to fill in the blanks, it becomes a problem for the prosecution, says the 5. I'll wait to give comment about her overall testimony until we read the transcript, says Christine. Shout out to Christine. She's like, listen, Rabbit, I'm here for the transcripts. Thank you. I agree, man. I agree. I still have to, so much recording I have to do. I got the transcripts from yesterday, last night. So yeah. Shout out to us. Y'all are amazing. And shout out to everybody that donated. I appreciate y'all. You guys don't even know between the Venmo and the Cash App, because you guys made it happen. You did. You did. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Oh my gosh. And thank you. Daisy girl, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Okay, hold up. Let me see. Do we have an update? No, we don't. New York Times has an update. Let's see what the New York Times is saying. Okay, the topic has turned again to jealousy and infidelity in the relationship between Sean and Cassandra. It seemed hypocritical to you that he would date other women but expect monogamy in return, a lawyer for Combs said, acknowledging that Combs could be far more jealous than Ventura. He had a bad temper and he reacted poorly to information that he didn't like, the lawyer added. Ventura agreed. They have moved on to recount a relationship with rapper Kid Cudi, which was covered in Ventura's direct examination by prosecutors, okay? Yeah, he had her car blown up. That's my understanding. Now, are they going to... Now, wait a minute. Wake up. Wake up. Are they going to address the car being blown up? Is the... What? I will say this. Now that the opening statements from the defense doesn't address the blowing up of the car, okay? So I do have a question. Y'all going to address... Who's going to address the blowing up of the car? That's what I want to know. When is that going to happen? Okay. All right. 1 minute ago. Okay. Defense. After Mr. Combs found out by going through your phone, you went to see him. You knew he was upset. He previously attacked you. Cassie responds, yes. I thought I'd be safer with other people there. I don't know, girl, because it sounds like he was attacking you with people there. Sounds like people around him were helping you out. At least helping him out, cover it up. I wouldn't want to be around him with people, like, because he didn't even have a concern. I mean, he had people cover up for him. That's what I want to know. Gordon, I think Tommy Mottola was mentioned as far as like connections that they had. But once we get the transcripts for today, we'll probably have more information on that. Yeah, no sleeping in the court, no sleeping in my chat. Don't fall asleep. Wake up. Don't fall asleep. There's no sleeping in the courtroom or in my chat. Wake up. Okay? Oh, shut up. Look at this. I'm not even reading this, but it is kind of funny. That's what Twitter is wilding out sometimes. Okay, hold up now. The judge says, we have an update. let's take a break. Okay. Let's see what they say during break. Do they say there's a break? I knew that there was gonna break come up because there's no way that she would have been like they would have had her there. Thank you, I appreciate it. Uh you said this is kind of fun. I'm trying to it's like kind of hard, because some of the stuff is really heavy. Okay. You're sending me an email, Malachi? Okay. I want to see Gene Deal, Big Homie CC testify for the prosecution. Oh my God. I highly doubt. Let me tell you guys something. And I've repeated myself over and over on this. Okay. How much you guys want to bet that there are no like celebrity sex tapes? That the only celebrity on these tapes is Cassie Ventura. Mhm. I don't think that there's any minors. I don't think that there is any and if there was, it probably settled outside the court. We don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? But I have a pretty good feeling that a lot of people, a lot of that stuff already got resolved. Okay. Please note that they're not, if there were minors, because people have been going in my chat talking about we have minors, we don't know. I highly doubt that would have been one of the charges. Franny Law, thank you so much for the 5. I don't know, Rabbit. I think we need to read and reread the literary masterpiece of the story of Oh Judge Rabbit the Books. I'm gonna start a book club. By the way, thank you so much, Franny Law. Hold up. You make me laugh. Shout out to Franny Law. I do when I found myself, I'm not gonna lie to you, all right. So when I was doing the recording of the transcripts, I find myself getting into character. And not that I want to get into character, but if I'm so monotone while I'm reading these transcripts, and it's just me, like nobody's there helping me read the other side, right? I don't want people to fall asleep. Okay. So y'all gonna get a very animated person reading the prosecution, reading the defense, and even reading the judge. I'm just gonna tell you that. Okay. I'm gonna drop that video tonight. It's a very long video, and then I gotta work on the witnesses. We got to figure out what we're gonna do. Okay. So you're gonna get and you could listen to it as like a podcast because it's very lengthy. It's lengthy enough for it to be a podcast. So please note that I have to get into character, even though it's kind of hard. But I'm like, I have to, I don't like putting people to sleep, if you know what I mean. You're here for the character. Yes, I play a badass Teeny Garagos. I sure as hell, you will see me Teeny Garagos all the way right there. Yes, I do. I play that Teeny Garagos. Yes, I do. And then the other lady, whatever her name is, Emily Johnson. I'm not using AI. This is the AI you get. AI's got nothing on me, okay? What are you talking about? Why would I do that? And then AI, when AI pronounces its words, it's like really weird. You're like, what is this? I don't get it. But I do play a badass teeny. I was like, damn, I sound like a really badass teeny Garagos or tiny Garagos, whatever the hell her name is. Yeah. Sorry. Okay, hold up. Now let me see what CNN is saying, okay? Jury takes a short break. The jury was dismissed for a short break. Oh my God. Sylvia says, I've awakened the boss. Yes, thank you for the 199. Oh, thank you. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Let's see what else we have here. Hold up. What else? Because I get curious about what they're arguing or what they talk about when the jury and everybody's out, which sometimes transcripts will capture that, but I don't know. We'll see. How do you think it's going so far for the defense? That's the question that I have for everybody. All right. If you're in the chat, let me see. Let's put a little poll. Okay. Rabbit, I need a new word. Hold up. Ag fucking Nifolo wasn't enough. That's Agnifilo's name is not Agnifilo. It's Ag fucking Nifolo. Agnifilo pissed me off yesterday. He did when I read those transcripts talking about, oh, this pregnant woman, a medical condition, she could garner sympathy. I'm like, Ag fucking Nifolo. What are you doing? That's his new name, Ag fucking Nifolo. Hold up. How do you feel the defense is doing on cross? Let's see. Good. I'm just gonna put good. I don't know what. How do I ask this question without just being like a single word? Yeah, let me do this. Is the defense poking holes on Cassie's testimony? Yes. No. And it's only two. Oh, my battery just died. Hold up. I have to change the battery. This is around the time that it dies anyway, so let me change it real quick. Give me 1 second. And it even tells me, he's like, your battery's dead. Okay. All right. We will change the battery. Give me 1 sec, y'all. You said the defense is like Swiss cheese or what? I mean, what do you guys make of it? Mel F, thank you so much for the 149. I appreciate it, Mel F. Thank you. Let's do a quick little battery change. We got to charge. Hold up. Man, you know what? I would love to be over there. If I was over there, I would be interviewing people. I don't know if I could get in the courtroom, but I would definitely be interviewing the people on the street to ask them kind of where they stand, what they feel. Like that would be amazing communication with people to have, if you know what I mean. Did I say painting holes? I meant to put poking, y'all. Sorry. You guys know what I meant. Okay? Thank you for correcting me. But you all know what I meant. Go vote. You know what I meant. I don't know why I typed in painting. Okay, I'm trying to set up the camera, y'all. Give me a second. 2 mode. Okay. Let's see. Let's get this streaming thing going. Yeah, I'm learning how to use this. It's actually not that bad. Here we go. Okay. I think I got it. Let's see. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Hold up. Let me see if I can set it up. 1 second, my friends. You got to learn how to set it up right away. Here it is. Yes. Screen good. Battery good. All right. They trying. I didn't even notice it was misspelled until you said it. So I know somebody said, yeah, everybody's on me. Honey, please check Young Miami tweets. Tell me what you think. Is she tweeting right now? I don't know how I feel about that girl. Be honest with you. Let's see. Young. What does she say? Gucci bag, red wig, booty, body tee. This run about to be fun. She's acting unbothered. What do you think? She doesn't really, I don't know, man. Why do you think she's doing that on purpose though? Like acting just unbothered by all of this? All right, let me see what you guys voted. Yes, there's a misspelling. Get over it. I love y'all. Get over it. Okay. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. Thank you. All right. So 108 votes. Close this. Is the defense pointing holes on Cassie's testimony? 41% said yes, and 60% or 59% said no. Whoa. I did say get over it. And I mean this in the most loving way. Get over it. Get over it. Okay. Hold up. Let me tell you guys what the New York Times is saying. Oh, man. New update. And for the record, I still don't like the New York Times. I have felt this way 30 minutes ago, I still feel the same way. Nothing has changed. F you, New York Times. I had to renew my membership for the purposes of this live, but I still want my $4 back. Okay. Cassandra Ventura confirms that she used a burner phone or a secret second device when she dated Kid Cudi while on what she called a break from her relationship with Sean Combs. Ventura says she was continuing to have freak-offs with Combs. It was a job. And that she didn't know if he considered them she didn't know if he considered them to be on a break. Ventura said she did not tell Combs about her new relationship because she thought it would be way too dangerous. Okay. CNN reports. Now hold up. Let me just double check on Inner City Press real quick. CNN reports Ventura says she got a burner phone to hide new relationship from Combs. Cassie Ventura testified that Sean Diddy Combs introduced her to rapper Kid Cudi around 2011 so that they could work on music together. Ventura says she began dating Kid Cudi while she was on a break with Combs. She testified that she got a burner phone to communicate with Kid Cudi because she didn't want Combs to find out about the relationship. I thought it would be way too dangerous to tell him about it, she said. Ventura said Combs eventually found out about the relationship when he went through her phone during a freak off. She said that she was still having freak offs with Combs while they were on a rig because it was a job. Okay, when she says this, okay, I'll have to. I don't know how to. This is the part where I can't wait to get the transcripts because I'm trying to understand how this is being said. Ventura said Combs lunged at her when he found out, but he didn't make contact with her. Okay, we have a new update from CNN. Hold up. CNN has a new update. Message shows Ventura's frustration over her difficulty forming a relationship with Combs' children. In 2013, Cassie had been in a relationship with Sean Combs for about 7 years, she testified, but she said she still hadn't been able to form a relationship with his children. Ventura expressed her frustration over not being able to spend time with him and his children in July of 2013. She sent a message to Combs, which was shown to the jury this afternoon. The message in part references other divorced celebrity couples. That's where Bruce Willis comes in. Okay? That's where Bruce Willis comes in. The message imparts references other divorced celebrity couples and how they spent time together with family. The message went on to say, I've been on the edge of tears this whole week. I don't think that you sympathize with my feelings. I understand you feeling like you need to protect your children, but after a while, it's like, for what? They've known you and Kim Porter to be together unless there's something that I don't know about. There were babies when we started dating. So I think she's kind of like, it's almost like she wanted to have a more, like vital part in that relationship or like something more. You know what I mean? That's what it sounds like. Okay. But let me know. No update. Somebody said in the comments, the defense tactic is weak. This isn't shedding enough light on Diddy to appear to make him look innocent. Y'all are trying to skirt around the issue with these questions. It's not working for me. Somebody said we need a break. Okay. Wow. Will Diddy take the stand? We don't know. The defense is trying to make Cassie look like she consented, but they got it wrong. She admitted early in the relationship that she was willing to do the FOs, but later on, she was coerced and forced into doing them. Just because she consented doesn't mean that she consents now. I told you guys the main theme is going to be consent here. Consent. No, guess we'll see. Okay. Where are we at? Let me see. We're still on break. Okay, CNN has a new update. Combs seen passing sticky notes to lawyer during Ventura's testimony. While the defense questions Cassie Ventura's about text messages, Sean Combs was seen writing on orange sticky notes and passing one after another to his attorney sitting beside him. Combs also spoke during the break briefly with the attorney handling the cross-examination. You said he needs to take the stand under a shower of holy water and bleach. Oh my God. Sasha's like, yeah, he needs to take the stand in holy water. Oh my God, y'all are crazy. There is no forgiveness. I'm just joking. Shout out to everybody in the chat, guys. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button, please, and thank you. I would appreciate it. Okay, we have another update from CNN. Ventura is back on the stand. Cassie has returned to the stand to resume her testimony. Here we go. I don't think the jury's going home early today. I'm just saying. I don't think the jury's going home early today. Okay, it is 2:38 p.m. The judge. Okay, okay, let's get Miss Ventura back and the jury enters. Defense, your affair with Mr. Cuddy was only a month long, but you got a burner phone for it? Right. Mr. Combs kicked you in the back. Yes. Oh, man. Okay. What are we missing here? I mean, I even think the defense is like not landing the plane. Can somebody land the plane between the prosecution and the defense? I feel like we're missing something. I don't know what it is. Is it just me? I don't know. Something's off. Like, maybe it's because I'm not there and I'm like, oh, this is so frustrating. Did they make their arguments? Are they making their arguments? What is going on? Maybe that's what it is. I'm not there. Oh my God. Oh no, Kansas City Mac, don't say that. You said Monsters Ball? I didn't like that movie. I mean, I maybe it wasn't the plot line that I liked. I don't know. Like, this just didn't like the script. What do you guys make? I don't know. We're missing we're getting there. We're getting there. I promise y'all. You don't think the defense is doing a good job? Okay. Let me ask you, I'm going to do another poll about what time would be best to release the transcripts. I know we all have different time frames and stuff, but I want to release at least opening testimonies or statements. Because I'm kind of curious. Now, hold up. Let me update this. Late night tomorrow morning. I know everybody's in different time zones, but this will give me an idea. Go vote, hit the like button, please, and thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Do we have an update yet? No. Hold up. Does the New York Times have an update for us yet? That's 21 minutes. Just now, New York Times. For long stretches of testimony during Cassie's cross-examination this afternoon, a lawyer for Sean Combs asked her about messages between them in which Ventura seemed to express a willingness to participate in freak-offs. The elaborate sexual encounters that the government contends were coerced. Explaining her response, Ventura said that telling Combs that she loved the encounters were just words at that point. The testimony also turns to jealousy, which Combs' lawyers have said is part of their argument that the two had a toxic but still consensual relationship. Ventura says she was upset when she learned via social media that Combs was seeing another woman. When asked how he reacted to the suspicion that she was seeing another man, she said it was a little scary. Okay. Okay, tonight 64% is leading. I got 64 votes. And so all those people that are voting, you all better watch it. I'm thinking everybody's watching. Okay. All right, let me see. No update. That was CNN that provided us an update, or excuse me, New York Times. New York Times, do we have another update? Yes. New York Times. We're finishing up a short break. This has been an evidence-heavy day. Jurors have screenshots in front of them that show the text messages, emails, and video evidence entered into the case. They sometimes lean forward to get closer look. The court installs privacy screens to ensure that only the jurors directly in front of the screen could view the images. The reason is because the judge ordered the sealing of sexually explicit evidence depicting the freak-offs at the center of the case. Okay, good. All right, now we have an update from Inner City Press 37 seconds ago. Okay. Mr. Combs kicked you in the back? Yes. Defense. This came up later in your relationship that you had cheated on him with Kid Cudi. Cassie responds. He brought it up quite a bit. When he cheated, he said, well, you had an affair with Kid Cudi, right? Sometimes, Cassie responds. What do you guys think so far? Rinse and repeat. Okay. Sometimes. That's what it says. Guys, hit the like button, please, and thank you. You said they breaking down the fact that she kept coming back even while with another guy. She still did the freak-offs. Even with her husband, she was still going back to Puff. What do you guys think of that? For those in the chat, Game Time NP said. It's an interesting point. He didn't want to marry her, but he also didn't want her to leave. No wonder it went on for 11 years. He kept her confused and drugged. I'm not sure toxic can coexist in consensual relationships. Right, we have an update. Guys, hit the like button for me, please, and thank you. I would appreciate it. Okay, this was 8 seconds ago. All right. The defense. He suspected you of having an affair with another person in the industry. You were in South Africa filming. Cassie responds, yes, honey 3. She laughs. While you were there, you saw a photo of Mr. Combs with Gina and were irate, right? Angry. Okay. She was in Honey 3? Was she? First of all, the fact that we needed Honey 3. I don't even think, I think I watched the first Honey, but not Honey 3. Let me see, Honey 3, the movie. In 2016? Oh, yeah. She was. I never watched this movie. I didn't even know there was a Honey 3. Yeah, I'm like, I'm sorry, y'all, I didn't watch it. There was a Honey 3. There was. I didn't watch it. That's the only Honey I saw was the Jessica Alba one. That's it. And Missy Elliott. Yeah, I remember that one. I didn't even know there was a 2. I never even heard of it. So that's what I'm like, huh? Hey, order. Get it together because look, no, CC Berlin, we're not doing that. Oh, that's that one movie. You know what I mean? Like The Godfather 3 doesn't exist in my book. Never. That never happened. That never was filmed. Never. I don't know what that is. What's Godfather 3? Never happened. I didn't even know there was a Honey 3. Yeah. She had no choice. Appreciate that is real time, says Joan. Okay, hold up. Okay, we have an update. Oh my God, somebody dropped Honey 3 here. I'm like, I didn't know there was a Honey 3. Okay. So she laughed. While you were there, you saw a photo of Mr. Combs with Gina and were irate, right? Angry. Defense. You blocked him and focused on the movie, right? I tried my best. Mr. Combs suspected you of a relationship with whom? Michael B. Jordan. Ooh, Michael B. Jordan enters the chat. Michael B. Jordan enters the chat. So are the people on the list people that were just suspected, like like they weren't the people on the list? Just a question, okay? People that were asked, they were, the jury was asked, right? Like, did you know this person? Did you know this person? Are these people that were actually like interacting with Diddy and Cassie around the time? Or was this just people that he suspected Cassie was having an affair with? I don't know. Okay, so let me ask you guys a question. Look at this right here, this comment. Fair point. Them bringing up the movie to get rid of the point that he was holding up her career. What do you guys think of that? She did say that he was holding up her career. Like he wasn't like she was supposed to do albums. That wasn't happening. Mm-hmm. You did? Franny Law, you love Godfather 3? Oh man. I said that movie doesn't exist. Not in my book. Shout out to you. Okay. That was 10 minutes ago. No update. I'm looking at other sources to see what updates we have. Okay, nothing. Washington Post. Okay, this is what Washington Post said. The court was taking a quick minute 10 break just before the defense raised Cassie's relationship with Kid Cudi. A rapper used the stage name Kid Cudi as part of the longer thread about mutual jealousy within the couple's relationship. The defense noted that Combs acted poorly in response to jealousy. Oh man. I love the one in the first. I just don't like the third one, honestly. Um hmm. Hold up. Do we have an update yet? Let's see. I'm looking at your guys' comments. Okay, we do. All right, here we go. So she says, Michael B. Jordan, you sent a video not only to Mr. Combs, but also to staff. Who? D-Rock? Yes. You sent it to them because you were angry with all of them. I was hurt. I spent all of my time with them. You thought they were in on it. Oh. Oh. You thought they were in on it. Okay, here's the enterprise. Why isn't listen, Roger Bond, what is it? KK and D-Rock. Why aren't we charging people? I just want to know. That's what I want to know. Hold up, y'all. I'm checking. Give me 1 second. I gotta send a text. Oh, I'm gonna have to go in a little bit, guys. You guys know that I have to go in a little bit. Gotta take care of me and mine. You guys have to wait for tonight. Okay? You said Diddy what? The government couldn't charge him with DV, so they used the court of a public opinion to make him guilty of things that are not criminal. Oh. Vicky, can they still charge him with DV? You talking about Diddy? Can they still charge him with DV? And the other people too? Or for the enterprise? I guess I have a lot of questions about that. New York Times, we don't have an update from Inner City Press, but we have an update from New York Times, okay? New York Times says, more infidelity talk. Back on the stand, Cassandra agrees with the defense lawyer characterization that Sean Combs was irate over Cassie's brief relationship with Kid Cudi, in part because he was a fellow celebrity. Kid Cudi would come up repeatedly throughout the rest of their relationship, she said. Later in 2015, Ventura was filming a movie in South Africa. She learned that Combs had been spending time with another one of his on and off girlfriends, leading her to cut off contact with him for a while. Ventura says she began a relationship with the actor Michael B. Jordan at the time. Okay. All right. Thank you. Yes, follow me. Make sure you guys are subscribing and liking. Please and thank you. I'd appreciate it. Let's see what NBC News is saying. Oh, we've already updated on that. They're kind of behind too. Okay, what does CNN say? Ventura says Combs often brought up her relationship with Cuddy. Okay. He brought it up a lot. Ventura is back on the stand. Okay, so she confirmed that when she would accuse him of cheating on her, she would often bring up a relationship with Kid Cudi. He would often bring up the relationship with Kid Cudi in response. All right. Okay. 13 seconds. Here we go. You thought they were in on it, right? The defense. The physical abuse, when did your father learn about it? The defense asked. The physical abuse, when did your father learn about it? Same time as my mother. Did Mr. Combs come to Connecticut to speak to your parents? I don't know if it was then. Carrie Morgan knew about the abuse? Yes. Wow. Wow. So at some point, the parents found out. So it's past statute of limitations if California chooses to state can. Okay, not for the DV, the RICO. Co-conspirators can be charged on subsequent indictment. They need to be put in on the record, this trial and this testimony, right? Like, do you think that KK and Roger Bond and all these individuals fix things so that they wouldn't be? I mean, I'm sure they got their attorneys. You know what I mean? Because it's just so crazy to me that it's just Diddy right now. Honestly, it really it's baffling to me that it's just Diddy. I don't know. That's just my thought. Let me know what you guys think in the chat. No update yet. Let me see. New York Times. No update yet. We are like right there, my friends. We're right there. He paid people off. That's right. The enablers. He had help. I would agree with that. Guys, do me a favor, hit the like button. I would really appreciate it. Thank you. Any support that you can provide to the channel would be amazing. Thank you. Thank you. How about the Washington Post? The Washington Post, they're kind of like, well, the last tweet was 26 minutes ago. And it was about the court taking a break. So no, we don't have an update yet. Let me see. Let's see. Nothing yet. Oof. It kind of makes me nervous when they don't like have an update yet, because I wonder if like did something happen that they're like, oh my God, we got to type slow now or something. I don't know. Just saying. I couldn't be reporting from the court. I could never be a court reporter like that. It'd be crazy. It would be hard. They did the same with Robert Kelly, R. Kelly. He was first tried and alone. Then his co-conspirators saw the sentence and started asking for deals and agreed to testify in the other trials. Gotcha. It's not going to be just Eddie. It's going to be a slew of people. Right. Okay. 49 seconds. Okay, so defense had asked, Carrie Morgan knew about the abuse? Cassie responded, yes. Defense, the eyebrow gash incident, what was it about? Didn't answer the phone and went to sleep. I was supposed to be packing for a trip. He was inebriated? I don't remember that. I'm like, we're not getting anywhere. What's going on here? Yeah, some of the questions feel a little leading, like to ask he was inebriated or like was I guess I don't know. I guess it depends. Okay, Ventura, this is CNN. Ventura describes how she broke up with Combs in 2015. So she testified in 2015 she broke off a relationship with Combs for a time while she was in South Africa filming the movie. She said she broke it off with Combs by sending a video of him with another woman at an event to text chain with Combs and some of his closest staff. Ventura says she felt betrayed by them for not telling her. Okay. So she felt betrayed by her staff because people in that circle did not tell Cassie that he was seeing another person. Ventura says she also blocked Combs' phone number for a time while she was filming. Okay, that makes sense. All right. All right, guys. Hold up, let me see. Oh my God. Thank you, Coco's mom. Well, listen, guys, I do have to stop right here. I do a little recap. I might do a pre-recorded recap because I'm behind. I gotta, finish editing the opening statements videos. I'm gonna end this video right now because I got stuff to do. I gotta stop here and then go tend to stuff and then log back in. So I need a couple hours so that I can get my shit together. Do me a favor, guys. Hit the like button, please, and thank you. I would appreciate it. I will see you guys tomorrow on the live, but we're definitely going to drop opening statements tonight. Keep your eyes and ears open, especially if you supported with financially for these documents. Keep your eyes and ears open, notifications on, and I'll see you guys tomorrow, or excuse me, later with that. Bye, guys. Hit the like button. Bye, guys. I got to go. Bye.